Kano City is one of the most populous cities in sub-Saharan Africa. Its rich cultural and ancestral heritage, which dated back several centuries, has always made the city a tourist destination of choice any day. Thus, our exploration on this episode of the program is to one of the ancient monuments in the city, the Gidan Makama Museum. Located at the heart of the ancient city of Kano, the edifice is highly sought after for its rich architecture and the various historical artifacts it's housed as a museum. With history dating back to the 15th century, Gidan Makama was built as the first official residence of the king during the reign of Sarki Abuja. Oral tradition posited that prior to the designation of the building as the first palace in Kano, successive emirs of Kano usually reside in their private residence while they administer the city from their respective homes. All that, however, changed when Sarki Buruja donated the house to his grandson Muhammadu Mansuru, better known as Muhammadu Rumfa.
Muhammad Rumfa, when he was 7 years old, he normally stayed at the palace with his grandfather, Abdullahi Buruja. So, and there was a time that the people, some women came crying that whenever they drive their tears on the floor, there are some cows and goats that normally comes to eat off what they have. And so the grandfather now asked the people to go. He will decide and see what, he will look for the solution. And then the little boy now advised his grandfather that why not everyone should go and make rumfa. Rumfa means shell in the houses so that they can put whatever they have on top of that shell instead of spreading it on the floor. He was very, very happy with this little boy, so he gave him the title of Makamankami. He is a person who assists the emir, and then he was given this very house as a gift or a present to him. This place was a place where the king at that time normally comes to rest.
National Museum Gidan Makama was built as the first official residence of the king in the 15th century during the reign of Sarki Abdullahi Buruja, 1438 and 1452. The first rulers of Kano stayed in their residence. When you are appointed a ruler, you live in your own residence.
Makama did not only serve as the official residence of the first Makama, it was also the first palace of Sarki Muhammadu Rumfa before the completion of the present palace, Gidan Rumfa, which was built between 1462 and 1498 AD. Built with local materials which comprised of conical mud bricks known as tubali, cemented with mud mixed with hay and manure, and was plastered with a locust bean solution known as makuba. Gidan Makama depicted the best of the indigenous Hausa traditional architecture. From 1446, when it was completed, till date, the monument has maintained its preeminent position and its magnificent structure till date. It is therefore not surprising that it was part of the heritage sites being considered as World Heritage Sites by UNESCO. It has played host to prominent people, both as tourists and residents. For instance, the former Governor General of Nigeria, Lord Frederick Lugard, used the place as his residence while serving as the Governor of Northern Nigeria.
After the 1804 jihad, after the fall of Northern Nigeria to the British, Gidan Makama became the administrative headquarters of the British in Kano. Lugard's office is here in Gidan Makama.
Presently, the place is divided into 3 sections. The southern part houses the museum. The central part remains the official residence of Makama Kano, and the eastern part houses a primary secondary school. It is already worthy of note that it was this primary school that the former head of state General Murtala Muhammad attended.
The first part was given to the federal government, while the second one was given to the royal house, and then the third one was given to the state government. So that is how the house is being divided. He is the first king, Muhammad Rafa, that lives in the house, and the last king.
The museum section comprises of 7 built-room structures of various sizes, which were maintained along its original traditional patterns. The rooms houses exhibition galleries, library, store, and offices. The traditional architectural design includes beams, wall pillars, parapets, thick walls, and narrow windows. The interior wall pillars are decorated in Hausa geometric motifs. A major uniqueness of the ancient monument is its maintenance along its old structure, thereby preserving its original features. From the courtyard that welcomes visitors to its pavilion, as well as the open-air theatre, the roof is either dome-shaped or flat, constructed with earth, underlaying palm timber, and woven grass mats. From the entrance, where one is ushered into the various galleries within the museum, visitors are ushered into the rich heritage of the Kano people, as well as that of northern Nigeria.
This is the first gallery. What we showcase here is the materials we use in building this very house. Tubali is the local blocks we use in building this very house. After Tubali, we have what we call red soil. Red soil is the sand we use in plastering the inner part of the house. And then we have Makuba. Makuba is called locust beans in English. So it's when you mix this with this red soil, it gives you the color you see outside. And reason why they don't mix it and then plaster the inner part of the house is because of mosquitoes. That is why they decided to use something brighter inside, and then outside they use red soil and locust bean.
Specific galleries are devoted to different aspects of the evolution of Kano City.
So you're welcome to Gallery 3. What we have here is the earlier, those people that live in the early age and in the city of Kano. We are talking about a spirit that lives on top of a hill called Dusandala. The name of that spirit is called Samburbura. And there is a chief priest called Barabushi. Barabushi is the one that normally comes to listen to the problem of the people, and then he climbs up to the spirit and tell her, and she will now tell him the solution of the problem. And then he will tell them. It happens once in a year. Every year they will come and go around the hill, and then they will make some sacrifice. So there comes a man called Bagauda. He is the first person that came to destroy this very shrine, and then he became the first king. he stopped the act of this worship, and then he became the first king in Kano.
The history of the various administration and rulership of the city occupied a major place within the museum.
Traditional architecture of Kano, genealogy of the emirs of Kano and British occupation. That is the second gallery. Yeah. So it shows, the second gallery shows the British occupation of northern Nigeria, how the Kano fell to the British, and the genealogy of the Kano ruling houses, the Gidan Kutumbi, the Bagauda ruling house, and the Gidan Rumpa.
The various attires worn by different segments of Kano City was showcased within this gallery.
All these things that is being showcased here, they are the symbol of authority. That is what the king used. And then we have the trumpet. Whenever the king is coming out, then they will blow the trumpet. It is a sign telling people that the king is coming out of his house. And then we have this fan, local fan, made out of ostrich feather. We call it figini in Hausa.
The advent of the colonialists and the eventual conquest of the sitting monarch were pictorially represented in this particular gallery. Well, as expected of a national monument that is under the purview of the National Museum and Monument, a gallery was devoted to artworks from other parts of Nigeria and indeed Africa. A pride of place was reserved for the immediate past emir of Kano, the late Emir Alhaji Ado Bayero.
Here, in this picture, when we look at it very well, we see the picture of the emir, the late emir. That is Sarkin Kano Ado Bayero with his twin spear in his hand during Babban Sallah. This gallery is called Islamic Gallery and is the 7th gallery in Gidan Makama Museum. What we have here is about the Islam. Then here we talk about the 5 pillars of Islam. In 5 pillars of Islam, the first one is the Kalmat Shahada, and then the Salat, that is prayer, and then we have the fasting over here. After fasting, we have the Zakah, that is the almsgiving, and then the Hajj over there. Well, this is the kind of the dresses men uses when they travel to Hajj, and then we have the female, they use this. And this one is the pilgrim passport. This is the one they were using in 1891 to 1984.
The last gallery was reserved as a maiden room for the newlywed, with all the various appliances applicable and important for a Kano woman.
Right here we have the bride local refrigerator. We call it Randa in Hausa. It is a place where you drink water from, and when the water will be very, very cold, just like you're putting it inside the fridge. And then when she wants to grind something, this is her local engine. She used a stone called Dus and Nika to grind her tomatoes or and whatever she has to grind here. And you can come inside and see what we have inside the room. So as a bride in Hausa land, this is how they normally arrange a newly wedded person's room. We have a shelf here. This is where she decorates her things to display how beautiful her room looks like. This one is called Tasa in Hausa. It's also used to beautify the room. This thing is called akushi. Akushi is the local food flask. When you keep your food here, it stays 11 hours without getting cold, and then it tastes fresh. And then this one is the picture of the Amaria at her own leisure time. She used this local musical instrument to play music. after she finished everything. And then we have this, we call it taskira. This taskira is normally nowadays when a lady is getting married, you find out that that lady, they'll take her to her husband's house with this sewing machine. So before, there is nothing like sewing machine, so they normally take them to their husband's house with this taskira, and then they'll put a cotton wood inside, and then she'll make this thread out of that cotton wood, and then she'll take it to those people that used to weave cloth, and they'll buy it from her. That is her source of getting money. So, and we have this is her local handbag. As you can see, normally it's like this size, this small. She normally hang it when she's going out. And then her decorated calabashes are here. This is where she keeps her valuables, like earrings, whatever she has, and sometimes she hides her money inside this place. And then when we look at this special bed, it's only those people that are rich, or those people that are from the royal houses, that can afford to have this kind of bed before, in the olden days. When you look at this, we call this hurani, this place. We call it hurani. You use a small piece of cloth to cover this place from here to here, so that if her husband is sleeping, nobody will be able to see him when she has a visitor inside the room. We have her lepe. That is when somebody is getting married, you know, you have to take boxes and cloth inside. In the olden days, this is what they take to them. They'll put the cloth and everything inside this kindai. Some people call it adudu, this thing. And then she also have some special randa, that is local refrigerator inside, different from the one outside. The ones outside, she use it sometimes for cooking and then washing plates. And then this one's inside, she use it one for her husband and one for her visitors, because visitor is not allowed to take water from her husband's randa, that is pot.
That Gidan Makama is a national treasure to be preserved and cherished due to its enviable position as a repository of ancient treasure dating back to several centuries is certainly not in doubt. Our final destination on this week's exploration is another historical monument in the heart of Kano metropolis, the Gidan Dan Hausa. The historical edifice, which is under the supervision of the Kano State History and Culture Bureau, occupies a pride of place in the history of northern Nigeria, as it piloted the advent of Western education in the region. Originally, the official residence of Turakin Kano, the architectural masterpiece, was already 150 years old before the arrival of the man that used the place as the first school in northern Nigeria in 1909. Hans Fischer, a naturalized Briton from Switzerland, did not only lay the foundation of Western education in northern Nigeria, but he also attained such a mastery of Hausa language to such a level that he was nicknamed Dan Hausa, thereby turning the house into Gidan Dan Hausa. The first unique feature of the complex, which has now been turned into a museum on the history of the North, is the maintenance of the original structure of the building for several centuries. For instance, these three trees within the complex 09. The list of these first sets reveal the names of some prominent Nigerians of northern extraction. In order to retain its traditional pattern, galleries were tailored to suit the original design of the building. The reception, which housed the first gallery, was devoted to artifacts such as excavated works, footwears, among others.
This is a reception where we display our excavated items and other things. We have giant fort excavated and discovered at Freetown, Sabanga, and the other one in Riwa Dogo local government area.
The second gallery, which is situated within the dining hall of the complex, housed the royalty of Kano Emirates. Items such as the royal regalia, staff, and the chronology of the emirs provides an insight into the rich heritage of the Kanawas. Vocations and crafts of the canopy are on display in the sitting room, which housed the fourth gallery. The gallery in the kitchen area provides an insight into evolution of the city through the display of the various items that chronicles the conquest of Kano by the jihadists and colonialists. This corridor is beautified by the pictures of all the governors that have ruled Kano from creation till date. The last gallery, which occupies the bedroom, is full of an array of traditional Hausa attires and musical instruments. That Gidan Dan Hausa has always lived up to its reputation as a destination of choice for both researchers and tourists interested in the history of the people of both Kano State and Northern Nigeria is certainly not in doubt. It has not only retained its pride of place as a cradle of Western education in Northern Nigeria, but has also had its name continue to reverberate across the globe due to the rich. The city of Kano is indeed a tourist destination of choice any day, particularly with its arrays of palaces and museums of ancient history. So, whenever you are planning a holiday in the north, or maybe precisely in Kano State, you will surely find a place to visit, since it is one of the cities housing some of the great treasures that this great country Nigeria is blessed and endowed with.
Wannan labarin ma yana peji na 30.
Ita kuma babban labarin wannan jarida shi ainihin labarin da ake gaban jarida shine ta bayyana cewa
ko kuwa ji kan eziokwu
Nwanne m nwoke
Ikechukwu ndukwe ido ma iji wee mee ka ụbọchị na-aga n'anya ya
nation fún ti òwúrọ̀ yìí ibẹ̀ náà ti sọ pé àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ aláṣẹ ìpínlẹ̀ Benue pàṣẹ wípé
ní gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀ka ní ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ ní ẹ̀ka ètò ìlera ní ẹ̀ka ètò ààbò.
There's just something about speed and simplicity, but that speed and simplicity can be deceiving when you get behind the wheel. 30-year-old Emily sent this text message to her husband. I love you and I'll try to make you happy. Moments later, Emily was killed when her car slammed into the back of a tractor trailer. 18-year-old Mary was also texting when his car slammed into the back of a truck at 80 miles per hour. His final text was,
Driving and Facebooking is not safe. Haha.
You probably think that this thing can happen to you. You are not alone. 55% of young adult drivers say that it is easy to text and drive. 3/4 of the same young adults feel that they are really good texting behind the wheels. Reality is, they are all delusional. That quick look at your phone takes longer than you think. 5 seconds are really long. Imagine you're driving on the road and someone suddenly covers your face for 5 quick seconds, like this. You will probably feel very lucky if you didn't crash. But you chose to take your sight off the road just like that anytime you're sending or reading a text. Texting and driving is fast becoming the leading cause of teens' death on the road world over, surpassing even drinking and driving. But if you think dying in a car crash is the worst thing that happens to you, I tell you it is not. You can survive after you've killed someone else. Imagine spending the rest of your life knowing you killed someone just because of a text message. Now imagine going to jail just because of text message. Still think it will never happen to you? Still think you're the special one? There are so many that have been found guilty of texting while driving. But you can make a difference, just like so many young people have vowed not to text and drive. Leave your cell phone alone while driving. If you must send a text message, pull off the road into a parking lot or anywhere that is safe. No text is so important that it should cost your life or the life of someone else. You are not different. You are not special. You're just another accident waiting to happen if you do not desist from texting and driving. So, don't text and drive.
And there's a start.
Archbishop of basketball, go! He hung that net like a stalk up a tree. NTA Sports 24 brings you all sports, all time and all day. Tune in to watch NTA Sports 24 on Star Times Channel 270, Star Sat on Channel 434, and Free TV on Channel 731. NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile device to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news.
President Buhari promises free, fair, transparent elections come 2024.
Your right to choose your government will be preserved and protected.
Christians mark Democracy Day with interdenominational church services.
Nigeria Police Force deploys men and operational assets ahead of Ekiti governorship election.
And on Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall discuss the promise of democracy 23 years on, plus National Aviation Conference.
And indeed, 4 years ago, the Buhari administration moved Democracy Day celebration from 29th of May to the 12th of June in a bid to redress the annulment of the June 12, 1993 general elections. Kingsley.
Indeed, Honorable, going down memory lane to those days of military rule, and their decisions as well as disposition would make many analysts describe military rule as an undesirable form of government, as it's usually governance by decrees and arbitrariness. No wonder then it was a breath of fresh air when Nigeria returned to democracy 23 years ago.
And a breath of fresh air indeed, Kingsley, although analysts would still argue that we are yet to have a complete break from the arbitrary and suppressive mentality, even in democracy, as leaders sometimes pursue their interests without recourse to what the people think or feel.
Now that tells you, Honorable, that democracy is ultimately a journey and not a destination. Now, it's a culture of governance that is developed and imbibed by a people who practice it with the aim of evolving and getting better in the practice of democracy.
And that means we may be 23 years gone in our democratic journey since 1999, when the Fourth Republic commenced. Ours is still work in progress, and it has been topsy-turvy with high points and low points. And as the deer pants water, so Nigerians yearn for more dividends of democracy.
Certainly, Honorable. Now, we have had peaceful transitions of power, that's to say from one regime or one administration to another. We've also seen improvement in the electoral process and laws. And then, of course, infrastructure is also growing. And we have, say, for instance, the railways in recent times, modern terminals have come up, and the benefits of representative governance as well as legislative oversight of executive functions. Now, these are also practices that we have seen in 23 years. However, issues including corruption, insecurity, management of country's diversity still constitute a burden for government at all levels.
And just like President Muhammadu Buhari pointed out in his last Democracy Day speech yesterday, the world is watching us, and Africa looks up to Nigeria to provide example in governance. Hence, our leaders cannot afford to fail in providing the right kind of leadership that will distinguish Nigeria within the Committee of Nations.
No question at all, Honorable. And, well, we'll have some questions to ask. That's to say, how much progress can we evaluate that we have made on our democratic journey? What ultimately is the promise of democracy for us, and what have been the challenges in realizing that promise of democracy?
Yeah, and then we have really here in the studio assembled a panel of guests to speak to the issues on today's episode of Good Morning Nigeria, reaching you live on the network service of the NTA. Thank you for joining us. I am Yusuf Nadabusman.
And I'm Kingsley Osadolo. I join Honorable to welcome you to the program live from our headquarters studios here in the nation's capital. We will have a second conversation on the FAN, that's to say Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria National Aviation Conference. That will be our second conversation, plus, of course, our complementary segments, newspaper review and business in the course of the program. Today is a national holiday in Nigeria in commemoration of Democracy Day, which is June 12. That was yesterday. And the government graciously granted Nigerians a national holiday for today. The streets are bare, so for us here in the nation's capital, traffic is smooth. We hope you are enjoying the holidays. Right now, here is the morning news with Comfort Amodu. Good morning, Comfort.
Good morning, Kinsley and Nadabo. Here's the morning news. President Muhammadu Buhari is pleading with Nigerians to come together and work with the federal government towards building a peaceful and prosperous nation. In his nationwide broadcast to commemorate this year's Democracy Day celebration, he promised to deliver a free, fair and transparent 2023 elections, as well as safe and effectively secure nation.
Your right to choose your government will be preserved and protected. I will therefore take this opportunity to ask all candidates to continue running issue-focused campaigns and to treat opponents with dignity. As leaders, you must all showcase high character and never forget that the world is watching us and Africa looks up to Nigeria to provide example in governance. I am living daily with the grief and worry for all those victims and prisoners of terrorism and kidnapping. For those who have lost their lives, we will continue to seek justice for their families against the perpetrators. For those currently in captivity, we will not stop until they are freed and their kidnappers are brought to justice.
President of the Senate Ahmed Lawal has attributed the successful conduct of the just concluded APC presidential primary election to the critical role played by President Muhammadu Buhari in ensuring a level playing field for all aspirants, describing it as not only fair and just but also fatherly. Speaking to NT News after an audience with the president, Senator Lawal expressed absolute confidence in the ability of the governing party to retain power in 2023.
As a legislature, we are fully committed to ensuring that whatever it takes from our side to support the administration will do so. Time is of essence. While politics is already here, we must not take off our eyes from the ball because in administration, because that will affect our performance, and it is important even for our party.
Former Minister of Transportation Chibike Rotimi Amici has made strong case for members of the governing APC across Nigeria to bury their differences, rally round the presidential candidate of the party towards achieving a resounding victory in the 2023 elections. This was while addressing journalists after an audience with President Muhammadu Buhari Sunday evening.
To intervene to enable the delegates choose who they wanted, and they have chosen who they wanted. He allowed a transparent process to take place. I think that we should all work together as a team to ensure that PDP does not upstage us. We must work together. We must forget for those who have grievances, they must keep the grievances aside. The party candidate must also ensure that everybody's interest is carried along. And having organized a peaceful primary, we must take the same peace into the process of electioneering so that we don't lose power.
There are Christians gathered at the International Christian Center, Abuja, to mark the 2023 Democracy Day, where political leaders were tasked to be decisive in their handling of issues affecting the nation.
Those who have been accepting themselves to be elected into leadership offices in 2023 to pay attention to our pain. And so in celebrating our Democracy Day, in line with biblical and historical tradition, we assure ourselves that the hands of God are never too short to deliver, and that His grace will always prevail for our good.
As Christians marking the 2022 Democracy Day there. And as Nigeria celebrates 23 years of uninterrupted democracy, governors across the Federation renewed their commitment to good governance at the interdenominational church services held across the nation.
be instruments of peace in the hands of the Lord.
In our personal and collective actions, we must pull down barriers that seek to divide us on ethnic, religious, political, social, and other lines.
We have to fashion a way to ensure that we will make democracy a means to an end and not an end itself.
The Inspector General of Police, Usman Al-Kali Baba, has ordered the deployment of adequate police personnel, armored personnel carriers, police air wing, force marine mounted troops, K9 section, and other operational assets for Ekiti governorship election slated for 18th of June 2022. First Public Relations Officer Olumiwa Adejobi notes that the Deputy Inspector General of the Police in charge of the First Criminal Investigation Department, DIG Johnson Babatunde, is to supervise and coordinate the security components of the section election to ensure a peaceful and conducive environment devoid of violence and to guarantee law-abiding citizens of security to freely perform their civic responsibilities without molestation or intimidation. Suspected terrorists have abducted more than 50 traders along Gusau-Sokoto Highway. They are captives, mostly young traders who sell smartphones and accessories at Gusau Popular Market called BBJ Plaza, were on their way back from wedding party of one of their colleagues in Sokoto State, and victims traveling in 3 buses were intercepted by the terrorists near Tureta town along Sokoto Zamfara State boundary on Saturday evening. Spokesman of Zamfara State Police Command, SP Shehu Mohammed, who confirmed the incident, said 20 of the captives have so far regained freedom. That's the news for now. Good Morning Nigeria continues with Kingsley and Nadabo after this break.
Don't just wake up your child. Wake up the champion in them. Give them energy to help them win every day with Milo at breakfast. Milo Active Go and the natural goodness of malt, milk, and cocoa helps wake up the champion in your child.
Are you aware that your perfect family may be under threat by germs? Germs can cause infectious disease. These infectious diseases are amongst the biggest killers of adults and children. Illness-causing germs are everywhere. In unclean bathing water, on your clothes, dirty surfaces, on cuts and wounds. To protect your family from germs, use the power of Dettol's 1 capful. In your bathing water, for your laundry, for surface cleaning, for first aid, and to protect your family from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Be Dettol Sure.
Hello everyone. Hope you people have linked your NIN. Don't be like my son Oshegun, who had to wait for his land to be disconnected.
Yes, so mommy, but I am now reconnected. Yes. I went to Airtel shop, enrolled for my NIN, and re-registered my line. Simple and short, no stress. It didn't end there. Airtel rewarded me with a no-vex bonus of 20,000 naira free airtime and data to access all my social media accounts. If you already have NIN, all you need to do is dial *121# or visit the Airtel website to get linked out. Get on it.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Helen Paul, don't be surprised. I'm a new twin. I know you've heard of Optic toilet cleaner. Of course. And for the rest of your bathroom, I use detergent and bleach to clean. Madam, detergent and bleach does not give you better cleaning. In the bathroom, you find tough stains like grime, limescale, and hidden underneath are germs. Introducing new Optic bathroom cleaner. Dilute it in water to clean the floor. And for tough stains, use directly on surface to give you 10 times better cleaning versus detergent and kills germs as well.
Wow!
So blue
For my toilet.
and red
For my bathroom to be good as new.
Finally, the hero of Nigeria's democracy has arrived. He shall usher us into a new phase of development, peace, and
prosperity. He is the father of the new Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Welcome to another season of giving Nigerians hope yet again, assured of a great future for both ourselves and generations yet unborn. We look forward to your leading us as a nation into our manifest destiny. Though the challenges against us as a people are many, we know that your leadership shall set us on the right path to our greatness. A new dawn beckons on us all, and having you as our president is a precursor to this. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
The race to 2023 Africa Cup of Nations is on. And after claiming maximum points against the Leone Stars of Sierra Leone, the Super Eagles of Nigeria are on the move again, this time against Sao Tome and Principe at Stade d'Agadir, Morocco on Monday 13th June 2022 at 2 p.m. Nigerian time. Catch the action live on the NTA network service. For advertisements, please call Hawa on 0803 312 1022. Sao Tome and Principe versus Nigeria. Don't miss it.
Well, you're watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. Now, talking business, Central Bank of Nigeria discloses that it will sell 1.2 trillion naira treasury bills in third quarter of 2022, as NNPC puts a year's crude oil sale at 1.7 trillion naira. This Nigerian Kule Adeye for details.
The Central Bank of Nigeria said it will sell 1.2 trillion naira worth of treasury bills in the third quarter of 2022. The Apex Bank disclosed this in its Nigeria Treasury Bills Issue Program for quarter 3 of 2022. Treasury bills are short-term debt instruments used by the CBN to borrow money from public on behalf of the federal government. The Apex Bank also uses the paper to control money supply in the economy. The treasury bills will be issued in tranches. During the period, the Apex Bank will issue treasury bills worth 33.4 billion naira on 91 days tenor, 22.9 billion naira on 182-day tenor, and 1.17 trillion naira on 364 days. In another development, revenue made by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited from crude oil sales in 1 year has been put at 1.7 trillion naira. The corporation's latest monthly and financial report indicated that the sum was earned from March 2020 to March 2021 after it lifted a total of 108 million barrels of crude oil within the year at an average cost of $43 per barrel. The crude, the NNPC said, was lifted from the daily allocation for domestic utilization, translating to an average volume of 243,650 barrels of oil per day in terms of performance. With business news, I'm Kunle Adeye.
Many thanks, Kunle, for the business package. Coming up next for us is newspaper review.
Bayo Atoebe is not in the house today, and then I think we're going to look at the two papers we have here. We have two papers. We have the leadership and the Punch here. So we'll go through them and then see what comments we can make out of the headlines we have on the front pages. Let's start up with the leadership newspaper. Please, if you have the later viewers see what the leadership has on its front page. There are so many stories here, and we'll start from the top above the masthead with two stories. One is on page 10, and that says Ekiti 2022 IGP deploys DIG, 4 AIGs and 4 helicopters. That's including personnel too. Details of that will be on page 10. And on page 6, don't pay lip service to credible election, PDP replies PMA. People Democratic Party, that is, replies President Muhammadu Buhari. Don't pay lip service to credible election. Details on page 6. Coming down on from the masthead down to the bottom, let's see the stories we have. The one is on page 7, and that's talking about new health insurance. Experts fold 300 naira monthly per enrollee. That's monthly contribution per enrollee. 300 naira. Health experts fault this, and then details of this can be gotten on page 7. 4 days to go. APC, PDP, others intensify search for presidential running mates. Details on page 7. And the big story is, as Buhari's administration winds down in 11 months, Nigeria still grapples with terrorism, kidnappings, and killings. And we have the writers there as follows: 913 killed, 265 abducted, and 421 attacks last month, says a report. And then 30 wedding guests kidnapped in Sokoto and 11 killed in Benue. The other writer is Southwest governors revisit state police to strengthen Amotekun. And finally, the writer here under this story is, we have done a lot to tackle challenges, says defense. That's talking about, Buhari's winding down in 11 months, the issues at stake. The other stories we have, some window stories here, 3 of which one is on page 6. Nigeria's democracy is growing, says Oshibanjo, that is. And then on page 7, Serap asks Sierra flag bearers to publish assets, reject vote buying. Page 7, Serap asks flag bearers to publish assets, reject vote buying. And on page 31, Bakari Olawepo Hashim congratulate Tinubu. Candidate disowns viral manifesto. You get details of that on page 31. And the photo story here is about the interdenominational service that took place yesterday to mark Nigeria's, marking of celebrating the anniversary, the Democracy Day, which was June 12th yesterday. Here we have the Secretary of the Government of the Federation and his wife and some other dignitaries right there. Kinsley, what do you have on the Punch?
Yeah, I have the Punch newspaper. As always, the Punch has a very busy window page. So let's take the stories from above the name flag. Federal government's borrowing from CBN hits 19 trillion naira and inflation may worsen. That's on page 33. Democracy Day. Governors demand credible elections. OPC and Dawn decry feeding bottle federalism. There are 2 riders to that. It will take a century to produce another MKO Abiola, says family. Insecurity and corruption threaten Nigeria. Nothing to celebrate. That Kaigama, as the Archbishop of the Catholic Church in Abuja. Blackout worsens as grid collapses 5th time in 2022. Blackout worsens as grid collapses 5th time in 2022. Contributory pension gains 640 billion naira in 4 months, hits 14 trillion. And federal government invests over 370 billion naira in its erosion control. Find the details on page 34. And the list story, of course, is on politics. APC may unveil Tinubu's running mate Wednesday. And party focuses on Northeast. There are 2 riders to that headline. Party warned over Muslim ticket. And majority leader says no cause for alarm. VP should come from Northeast. And governors focusing on the zone. APC may concede Senate President to Southeast and Speaker to Northwest. Now, the photographs on the front page there are very instructive, and they're captured by the headline. There's no caption there, but the headline tells a greater story in detail on page 8. Owo massacre. Churches record low turnout, beef up security, and can hold special prayer. Now, you see the photograph on the left there. Should have been after the church service. That was the St. Francis Catholic Church, where the terrorists struck last Sunday, which was Pentecost Sunday, and murdered no fewer than 40 persons. And then on the right hand side, you can see some of the survivors in hospital. That's the lady up there. You can see her leg is bandaged, and then another gentleman, also his leg is bandaged. We wish them speedy recovery. And just by the way, before we get into other headlines, It's very significant. The Daily Trust, that's the Sunday edition of the Daily Trust, did a very interesting feature story yesterday on the Owo massacre. According to the paper, it said that the attackers came on foot. They walked, along a path that leads to the church, and stopped by while they were coming, and then bought roasted corn by the side there. Now, the account was given by an individual whose house is close to the church,
right.
And they were in front there. Then, again, according to the paper, the assailants then approached the driver of a golf car and demanded for the car keys, and the driver resisted. So that one of them brought out a gun. So the driver gave them the car keys and took to his heels. And by the way, when they were coming on foot, they said they were carrying sacks. Those sacks obviously would have contained their explosives and firearms that they used in the operation. Unfortunately, at the material time that they were coming in, there is a kid, according to the paper, who normally sells candies, what Nigerians refer to as sweets, and other items there. And the young boy took to his heels, and the assailants shot him dead. Shot him dead. And then the gentleman who narrated the encounter said that then, after shooting the young boy dead, they now turned to their own house and started shooting at the house. Then they fled inside. There are bullet pock marks on the walls. Thereafter, it was a clear disaster inside the church. I mean, the husband and wife, mother and daughter, children, you didn't know where your child was, and so on and so forth. Somebody will survive, another person would die. So it's most unfortunate that this incident happened. But there was also some fake news last week, on Thursday, I believe, that some of the assailants, 5 or 6 of them, had been apprehended, and people were rushing to the palace of the Olowo. That's the traditional ruler in the state, and that the assailants who had been arrested were being taken to Akure, the state capital. But it turned out that wasn't the correct piece of
information. And very curiously, there was this trending video on this same Owo attack too. It's on the social media, talking about how people misunderstood the whole thing to be like just an attack. Ordinary attack. It was, they said, the video said, it was a sort of a search for somebody who was being looked after. Somebody who was supposed to be the host at that church, rather a guest, I would say, and then he didn't come, unfortunately. So when the silence came, they entered the church and went straight. That's after the service. And then, after the service, people stay back to even see the priest, see colleagues, see friends and families. And they went over to the priest and they asked, where is so and so? And then instead of the priest, they say, according to the social media, video, he said, do you want to kidnap him? Have you come to kidnap him? And whatever it is, they want all those in the church heard of this, they now start rushing towards the pulpit where it is happening, whether to rescue their priests if they are just attackers or kidnappers. And when those guys saw them coming, they started shooting in the air. When they become overwhelmed, they started shooting at people and things like that. So that was another story in the whole.
That's right. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. But I mean, one would then ask the question: why would you come with explosives?
Thank you very much.
That's right. Why would you come? And then why would you take out the innocent kid outside the gates of the church who was hawking candy? It's a pretty sad development. We had a conversation around this issue.
Yeah, we did.
Good Morning Nigeria on Friday.
Yeah.
Yes. So the other headlines on the front page of the Punch newspaper, right at the foot of the front page. Federal government was wrong to shut Nigerian borders. Deputy President, straight forwarders. That's on page 9. Women and children flee as herdsmen kill 11 Benue youth. Kidnappers abduct 3 pastors in Kogi, demand 80 million naira ransom. NDLEA arrests 39 drug peddlers in Abuja, seizes US and Dubai bound drugs. Bandits abduct 55 Zamfara cell phone sellers on Kaduna, on the Sokoto Guzo Road. Kaduna, Rivers, 30 others attract 0 foreign investments in first quarter. You have details of that story on page 37. Now, those stories about abduction, about conflict with herdsmen and bandits and so on and so forth, what we're discussing, that was part of President Muhammadu Buhari's Democracy Day address to the nation yesterday. We don't have the stories on the front page of what the president said, but obviously I think that it was an address that was very well couched for the occasion, and it wasn't one of those lengthy addresses. I think it came to about 24 or 25 paragraphs, if I recall appropriately. And the president did speak to very critical issues of the moment, also about the promise, if you may, of democracy, which is our subject of conversation about this morning. He talked about what is required to be done for us to continue to strengthen the country's democracy. More importantly, he did say, he reiterated, said it at least twice in the course of that speech, that this was his last Democracy Day address, and that by the next Democracy Day, the country would have a new president. But the process for bringing about that new president, he promised, will be one that will be free, fair, credible, and transparent. And I think that was a very significant pledge by the president.
That's true, because looking at even he too has been referred to as somebody who is a product of free, fair, and transparent election. He says he's going to bequeath that to Nigerians before he leaves.
And just one point, I mean, we should also say this, the speech writers. The president also talked about the primaries that have taken place, how credible and interesting the primaries were, as well as the enthusiasm shown by party members in picking the candidates. The only comment there, if you may, was that there had been widespread complaints about the monetization of that process. And I think that a line or two there condemning such acts as being distractions from our democracy might have been helpful. But overall, the president was spot on in his last Democracy Day address to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
It was really apt and really on point, sure.
Absolutely.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria. We'll now take a break. Stay with us.
When times are tough, we know that as a mother, one thing you should never compromise on is your family's oral health, because they deserve the best. Oral-B, all-round protection. Its great value, it protects your mouth from harmful bacteria, and also protects you against tooth holes and gum problems which can lead to tooth loss. It strengthens your family's teeth and gives them all-round protection. So remember, protect their future. Oral-B for healthier, stronger teeth in just 1 week.
Don't just wake up your child. Wake up the champion in them. Give them energy to help them win every day with Milo at breakfast. Milo Active Go and the natural goodness of malt, milk, and cocoa helps wake up the champion in your child. Milo.
Are you aware that your perfect family may be under threat by germs? Germs can cause infectious disease. These infectious diseases are amongst the biggest killers of adults and children. Illness-causing germs are everywhere. In unclean bathing water, on your clothes, dirty surfaces, on cuts and wounds. To protect your family from germs, use the power of Dettol's 1 capful. In your bathing water, in your laundry, for surface cleaning, for first aid, and to protect your family from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Please Dettol Shore.
Thank you. Hi there. You're right, Sha, but you're always saving on everything except for here. This is where you're throwing money down the drain. How? On this cleaning product. Impossible. You need the new Optic toilet cleaner. With just 130 naira sachet of Optic toilet cleaner, you save 4. Optic stick formula stays longer, so it cleans 10 times better. Wow, Helen! And it's safe because it's only 30 naira, giving you a sparkling clean toilet and great savings too.
As the 2023 elections draw near, remember, evil prospers when good men and women only wish for peace, but never take a step to make peaceful elections happen. Are you a father? Are you a mother? What are you saying to your children as elections approach? Have you warned them not to let themselves be used to cause violence? Have you explained to them what the consequences of electoral violence might be? Do your part to make peaceful elections happen. Talk to your children. Protect them from unscrupulous politicians who want to put them in harm's way, while their own children are comfortable at home, within and outside the country. Let's join hands to make 2023 elections peaceful. This message is from the National Orientation Agency, NOAA.
Well, you're watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. And to begin our conversation this morning on evaluating Nigeria's democracy 23 years after, let's take this background report put together by our correspondent Abdulsalam Jibril.
This administration.
Following the death of military head of state, General Sani Abacha, in 1998, his successor, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, initiated the transition, which engendered Nigeria's return to democratic rule in 1999. In a widely monitored elections in April 1999, former military head of state, Olusegun Obasanjo, was elected on the platform of People's Democratic Party.
Olusegun Obasanjo.
On 29 May 1999, he was sworn in as President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, signaling the commencement of the Fourth Republic. It has been 23 years of uninterrupted democratic governance, the longest in Nigeria's political history, and leaders have continuously emerged through democratic elections to fill positions in the three tiers of government. Like in many democratic nations around the world, some experts maintain that Nigeria's 23-year democratic journey has recorded some highs and lows. They maintain that Nigeria has recorded improved transparency in the electoral process, which can be seen in the 2015 election, where the country witnessed the peaceful transfer of power from an incumbent president to another. Opposition parties and candidates at all levels have also been able to win elections, leading to growing confidence in the country's electoral processes. Recently also, the new Electoral Act was signed into law with certain provisions which will help to further deepen Nigeria's democratic experience. Analysts also note that the country generally has recorded development in terms of infrastructure, like the rebate of the rail transportation, as well as social and economic development, among others. Among the lows, according to development experts, are low participation of women and young people in governance, the role of money in the electioneering process, corruption, skewed federalism, vote buying, godfatherism, high poverty and unemployment rates, insecurity, among others. As Nigerians celebrate yet another democratic milestone, what more must be done to surmount the current challenges facing the nation? Are Nigerians truly reaping the dividends of democracy? What roles should Nigerians play towards entrenching true democracy and actualizing the Nigerian project? These issues will be on the front burner as guests on the program speak to Nigeria's 23-year journey of democratic governance shortly.
All right, thank you very much, Abdulsalam Jibril, for that historic background for our conversation this morning. We're just having some chit-chat while that was going on with distinguished guests in the studio, very experienced persons who participated in politics before and, of course, still now in the context of the Fourth Republic. Let's welcome distinguished Senator Ibrahim Shekarau. He's also a former governor of Kano State. Excellency, distinguished Senator, pleasure to have you with us on the program.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have from our Benin studio, Tony Abolo. Tony Abolo is a veteran broadcaster, media consultant, and trader in media studies. Welcome to Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you very, very much. I'm glad to be here.
We also have Dr. Mustafa Ibrahim Lemu is right with us here in the studio, and Mustafa Ibrahim Lemu is a member publicity committee of the Third Republic House of Representatives Forum, also the first forum for defense of national interest, FDNI, and he's also a former commissioner in Niger State. Welcome to Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, once again, it's our pleasure to have you for today's conversation. Let's begin here in our Abuja studios. Senator Ibrahim Shekarau, 23 years on, how is our democracy?
Well, thank you very much. I think it's a very complex and difficult assessment. I think on the whole, one can say that it's a little above average. The reason being that we have transited from civilian administration to another civilian administration, and one of the beautiful aspects of it was that an opposition party defeating a sitting government of the ruling party. And I think this is one of the beauties of democracy. Of course, that does not mean we've not had any turbulence and difficulties and challenges. Another reason why I said this fair or above average is that we cannot deny the fact that there were some few developmental programs or projects, both at state and local government and even at the national level. Never mind the challenges, the difficulties, the corruption along the line, the insincerity, the problem of the political parties, instability. You see, these are of course part of what I said, the learning process. I think on the whole, when we look at the various sectors of development in terms of infrastructure, of course we have a lot of deficit in the infrastructural growth and development, but at least we cannot say it's totally zero. There are some growth. If you talk at the national level, some few major interstate roads have been constructed over the years. We have gotten the railway back on track, even though at a very slow pace, but at least it is moving. If you look at the educational sector, between 1999 and date, we've had growth in the opportunities. For example, in time as Minister of Education, within a span of 1 year, we had about 11 new universities, which gave thousands, hundreds of thousands of our children opportunities to go to school, even though we have millions still in the waiting. The same thing if you look at the agricultural sector. I'm aware the efforts in many states and the effort even of the federal government and so on. So I think one can say that we haven't gotten there yet in our goal and expectations, the challenges, but I think we are moving. The only thing that I think we are really battling with is getting the right leadership. That we cannot deny. That issue of leadership, which is the main driving force in getting things right. It's one thing to have a vision, to have the mission, but how to get there through the right leadership is yet another thing. You have beautiful written manifestos. There's all the parties. When you pick their manifestos, you begin to jump. Like, that is beautiful. None of the parties has any Boer manifesto. But unfortunately, as I always say, how many of those elected into office have really even read the manifestos of the parties? I think I will not be totally wrong if I say that more than 60-70% of those that get into office hardly even go through the manifestos of the parties. So we end up implementing personal wishes of the leaders. Not really the program of the parties. And unfortunately, the political parties don't seem to put in place the machinery to check whether those elected are really pursuing the manifestos that the parties use in campaigning and the written, very well written in the party. So I think these are some of the challenges that, and of course, the electors need to be more enlightened. And one final thing that I've always has always given me some concern. By INEC record, we have over 82 million registered voters. But we end up electing a president who's 15 million.
Yeah,
so I think where all these 50, 60 million
voter
so the voter apathy is one of the shortcomings of our democracy. We need to look at that.
We'll look at and keep talking about the challenges, the pains and the gains as we move into this discussion so deeply. Mustafa Ibrahim, yes. Another question, just more or less the same one. What would you add to what the senator said as regards our journey 23 years ago when we started, when we started democracy, talking about some 3 years on now, and then how far we fared in democratic rule?
I think I will look at it from another perspective, in the sense that His Excellency has brought out some of the gains and some of the, the weaknesses, I would rather say, that have manifested within the 23 years. But here, you realize that we have also, made some significant achievements, particularly in enhancing and strengthening the electoral process. Here, I want to point out that if you look at how we started in the Third Republic, it was option A4, A this or that, and people were actually asked to queue behind whoever it is they wanted to elect. Now we have recorded a lot of improvement because the process now has gone, has bring in technology. And I think that in a way had helped to reduce the level of rigging as far as the system is concerned. And I think that is one area that we need to keep on improving upon. In other particular area, I think we also have to realize that something significant happened when a sitting government wanted to extend the tenure. People were very, very consistent in going against that process. In other words, the political development had reached a stage where people are ready to defend the constitution. And I think that is a significant, improvement, I will have said. With all the manipulation, with all the money that was brought onto the table, people stood their ground and insisted 2 tenure is 2 tenure. You cannot extend it. That is another significant area. Now, if we come to another area, INEC itself has been improving in terms of its confidence to use the law to protect the system. And I think here the example I want to bring is when at a stage attempts were made to truncate the process of declaring the result. I think at one time INEC stood its ground, and you can see quite recently INEC is taking a position where it is insisting, I am the umpire and I'm ready to insist that the right thing should be done. I would want to bring the example of Zamfara, where things were not were not transparent, were difficulties, and people were expecting that INEC will accept it. But INEC insisted, if as a party you refuse to do what is required of you, I'm going to use what I have, the power to say you didn't do it right, therefore you won't participate. And things are, actually improving. What we need to enhance the process is to have everybody that has a role to keep to that role and insist on doing what is supposed to be done in terms of the obligation and the responsibility of the participants. So I think all these are areas where we can say we have had a lot of improvements. But like His Excellency said, in the process of getting the job done, the parties are actually not doing the right thing most of the time. It's not that they don't even read the manifestos. The manifestos are not even available. You finish a manifesto, you go to a party secretary and say, I need to read your manifesto, and somebody will have to say, oh, I don't have a copy. Give me 1-2 days before I can even produce a manifesto for you. It means we have a problem. And let me just add this finally. When you are actually trying to enhance the system, you have a situation where people have constituted themselves into interest group. And the interest, the way they pursue the interest is so manipulative, so anti-democratic that you believe that unless we change things in that direction, we will not get to where we want to get to.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Mustafa Lemu, for your opening shot on this very interesting conversation. Now, we have another guest who is joining us via Zoom. He is distinguished Senator Surajuddin Ajibade Bashiru, is the chairman, Senate Committee on Media and Public Affairs. Senator Bashiru, Surajuddin, pleasure to have you on the program this morning.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Ajibola Bashiru Surajuddin, not Ajibade.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me retract that. Yes, Ajibola rather, not Ajibade. So thank you very much for the correction. But we'll come back to you in the course of this conversation, because we earlier introduced Mr. Tony Abolo, veteran journalist and broadcaster from our Benin Network studios. Mr. Tony Abolo, 23 years of the Fourth Republic, what do you think?
I would like to align myself with the first two guests who've spoken, Governor Shekarawu. I think he created a very good signposting for us to review 23 years. But one wants to add, when you look at the issue he raised about parties, I think I want to link it with parties and governance. You know, that is one dislocation we have encountered in the last few years. And we should point out, it all happened around when we had Chief or General Obasanjo, whichever way you want to call it, when he introduced the fact that the governor or the president is a leader of the party. That message has sunken and has dislocated party structure, party discipline, authority of the chairman. And you find that parties are not well run. They're like parastatals, and that is not good enough. You know, we need to go back. Remember in the days of Awolowo, go back to Akinloye of NPN, way back. I mean, they really kept government in check. And they really were the people who held the manifestos and who were saying that the government of the day, or whatever level, whether at the regional level or federal level, kept to the promises of the parties. And then that leads on to the fact of looking at leadership, which the governor did point out. And that is a very crucial question. But I link it with the fact that we now monetize, to use your word, Kingsley, in the introduction. The monetization, which is really obscene. What we've seen this year is a nada of corruption. How dare you give somebody $50,000? And then you begin to ask yourself, and look at the amount they use for the forms. So when you now look at that, are the delegates giving us the right people to vote in as leaders, or are we creating some kind of confusion and using money to put in anybody in place? Those are the things that should begin to worry us. And then I would also like to add an element that we don't seem to be very, very persistent about, and that is the concept of nation building. We cannot talk about democracy without looking at nation building. It takes years. But have we we have a lot of educated people, we have read history, people have looked at other continents, people have looked at other people. Then we now ask ourselves, are we looking at what other people have done and then skip their errors and then correct ourselves and move faster than we are doing? It's all very slow. We are not even uniting the people. I'd like to go back to that famous statement of Radio Nigeria: uplift the nation and unite the people. Are we uniting the people? That mantra coming from FRCN or Radio Nigeria is excellent. Uplift the nation and unite the people. Are we doing that? If we continue to focus on that, that is really looking at the ball and not missing our eyes off it. Then we'll now get the democracy that we're looking for really right. And lastly, I would like to also add this, that democracy is much more than, well, you said it's a journey and not a destination, fine. But it requires us, just like in management, it must be a culture. a culture of democracy means even in the homes, in the mosques, in the churches, in the clubs, in the universities, in wherever we find ourselves, there must be a democratic ethos, a democratic attitude. And when you get that democratic attitude, then you are now ready to say, when people go into politics, which is another level of management at the public sector, they will carry democracy. And that's why, because it's not an attitude, we don't even imbibe it and we don't even understand it for now. And that's why the parties are so disorganized and governments are not even delivering the famous dividends of democracy. Because if there is an attitude of democracy, then those principles of rule of law, those ideas of doing the common good, when you do the common good and doing the best for the greatest majority, then you can now begin to talk about democracy. Otherwise, I mean, it's just a vacuous journey. So we ought to be more purposeful leadership and enlightening the electorate, and then let the government and let electors in themselves even hold their leaders accountable. Because that's one thing, we're not enlightening them about holding the people accountable. And we in the media too, that's another aspect we should be worried about. There in section 2.2 of the Constitution has mandated or say constitutional responsibility of the media to hold those in government accountable to the people. Are we doing that? We, the media, should lead the way and enlighten the citizenry. Then after that, when you hold the leadership accountable, then they will not misbehave. Then the dividends will come. Then democracy will be deepened.
Thank you so much, Tony Abolo. Tony Abolo is a veteran broadcaster and, of course, a media consultant. Let's hear the views of Surajuddin Ajibola Bashiru on this issue. We introduced you lately. I don't know whether you've been following us from the beginning. We had, Senator Ibrahim Shekaro earlier said, the journey has been fairly good, and of course we need a better leadership or right leadership to, run the parties and the government generally. And of course, just right away you must have heard what Tony said, and Lemu talked about the improvement in the electoral process, and of course, it's increased confidence in some other issues. What would you add, Surajuddin, on these issues as regards Nigeria's journey, 23 years down the line, democracy?
Yes, thank you. And I've also had some of the contributions by the panelists in the House. I would say first and foremost, I congratulate Nigerians for the celebration of 20 years of uninterrupted democratic governance, if I may use that word. You will discover that the journey to democracy in Nigeria has been a very challenging one. The First Republic, barely survived, 6 years. You also see that the Second, Republic, also, barely survived another, 5 years. Then, of course, the Third Republic was actually a mirage because it was, strangulated by the military, architecture in that regard. So, for us to have in the Fourth Republic 23 years of unbroken change of leadership in using the ballot is salutary and commendable. I will also say that the fact that we have an evolving democracy, definitely there will be challenges. So I will align myself with the position of my leader, Senator Shekarau, His Excellency, that so far so good. It has not been a story of woes. It has not been a story of failure. We have had, a lot of developments that are positive in this regard. And as a politician, I will say that it appears that there is evolving a drive from the populace to take those of us in political space accountable, even though we have not reached that Senate that some other advanced democracy are seen. You will discover that even currently as I speak, quite a sizable number of members of National Assembly will not be returning, largely because some had gone to take some other responsibility, or because some had actually not been able to secure the mandate of their party to return back, and some may also not be able to secure the mandate of the general populace in their electorate. This speaks to the fact that gradually the ballot begins to count. You will recall that the hour of snatching of ballot paper arbitrary writing of results is already, becoming a thing of the past. Yes, also the fact that our political parties need to be strengthened to be able to really, deliver what the role of a political party, will be. What we have now largely is what I call special purpose vehicle, only for the purpose of election, and that is why there appear to be easy migratory movement from one political party, to the other. We also see that the political parties, don't really play the role of being able to coalesce ideas and galvanize, members toward realization of certain goal, which ideally is the purpose of political parties. So there's much, to be gained in strengthening and have political parties in the real sense, of it. In terms of electoral, system, I also agree with one of the earlier speakers that we have made tremendous, progress, and I think implementation of the new Electoral Act, particularly as relates to introduction of electronic accreditation system and transmission, of results. I've looked through the new guideline by the Independent National Electoral Commission. I believe if strictly adhered to, it will really do a lot, of justice to ensuring that we have a free and fair contest. And for me, I see a correlation between good democratic, fair and fair election and good government, because there will now be the demand on the political leadership to ensure that they perform and deliver the goods to the people, so that they will not, be booted out at the next, election. So we must continue to engage the electoral process and ensure that we deliver. Then in terms of electoral justice, I think a certain amendment to the first schedule to Electoral Act stipulating guidelines for the election petition is also salutary. It will ensure that the petitioners as well as those respondents get justice within the electoral system. But more fundamental is that for democracy to thrive, you need a more enlightened populace. You need civic orientation, and of course, we need to go back to the path of ensuring that citizen governance is very germane in our political processes. The strength of leadership in a democratic system is going to be determined by the strength of the electorate in terms of their understanding of the demands of good governance and the demands they need to put on those to be elected. So I would say that civic orientation, civic engagement, and of course, economic advancement of the people is also very important. When you see a situation whereby the mass of the people are largely disenfranchised economically, it breeds a situation whereby vote buying and inducement of voter will be the order of the day. I will tell you that one of the things that is challenging our democratic process is the phenomenon of vote buying. We have seen it occur in general election, and we have also seen it occur even in intra-party electoral process. The danger of this is that terrorists and individuals who don't mean well for the country with very large costs will be able to take over leadership using the same democratic process. So there's much we need to do at the legislative level, at the executive level, and on the part of INEC. How do we address the challenge of vote buying? I also reading through the history of democratic process in the United States. At some point, they also were confronted with that challenge of vote buying. What vote buying does is that it actually discounted from the essence of democratic principle of people freely, willing, without inducements, choosing those that will lead them. So those are part of the challenges we need to look at. But all said and done, I will say that looking at the impunity, looking at the apparent, the clear lack of accountability by the military government, you will see that incrementally our development is coming to our people, even though not at the speed, at the space and the speed that is very glaring to some of us. But we believe that over time, the correlation between credible democratic process and delivering on good governance and welfare of the people would definitely manifest. Of course, the insecurity is challenging our democratic process. We need, as a government, to go back and look at our security architecture. You cannot have free, fair election in an atmosphere of fear and insecurity. And I want to reiterate that whatever anybody feels, this is the time for us to go back to the idea of decentralizing Nigerian police by having, state police properly equipped and properly, trained to be able to address the problem of policing of our country.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Ajibola Bashiru, there for your comments. We'll come back to you in the course of the conversation. Now, we'll return to our Abuja studios. Of course, on this question, which should be of interest to both Tony Abulo and Senator Bashiru. My question goes to Senator Shekarau. Can we attempt to gauge citizen satisfaction with our democracy 23 years on?
Well, I think going by what we hear, what we read in the general public, I think there is a lot of dejection, dissatisfaction in many aspects. You see, particularly in the issue of this insecurity, is virtually a concern of every community, the concern of every responsible citizen. And the general impression on the street is that government has failed. We cannot run away from that government has failed. That, of course, is the understanding generally. Because the concern of the ordinary citizen is that you protect him, let him go to his business, let him go to his farm safely. If you're not able to do that, then there is no government. And the enlightened group kept on reminding the public that the number one responsibility of any government is to protect life and properties. And if they are being taken by the days, you wonder really whether we are making any progress. Those of us that are part of the government and have been part of the government, we know the challenges, of course. You see, the issue of the number of the security operatives is another thing. The issue of equipment, the issue of welfare, the issue of training and all of that. And I think government needs to do a little more. And I subscribe to the argument of my friend and brother, Senator Ajibola, that we need to bring the issue of security down to the communities. This issue of community policing, I think I've explained this in a number of fora. With all sense of responsibility and modesty, I implemented community policing. Call it anything. In Kano, we call it the Hisba Guards. We recruited, and what we did, we set up a small team in the locality, headed by the traditional ruler, district head, village head, the imam, the pastor, the judge, and whatever, a team of about 10. And we asked them to select 20 responsible guards in every ward, 484 wards in Kano. And we had about 10,000 Hisba guards. Ask anybody living in Kano will tell you that from that time up till this moment, is one of the secrets of the various the peace we are experiencing in Kano. The community, they were not carrying any guns. This kind of giving them guns, they don't even carry a stick. But the commitment, people have accepted them. They are monitoring their community. This lightest thing in the community, they will report, they will meet, and then they will discuss. I made it a compulsory thing. By the last Thursday of every month, that community team, like consultative forum, which supervises the work of the guards, must meet every month. And the local governments must be reporting to us. And at the state level, I set up a 50 consultative forum of wise men across the categories of the society, the politicians, the women, the youth, the religious people, and so on. No, there is no sector of the community that was not represented. We meet every month. And I gave that forum, there is no-go area there. They discuss anything, the challenges in government. So you find that there is this chain. So I think, unfortunately, the security thing is one of the things on the street. Another thing is the issue of hunger. I am from the school of thought of Malam Aminu Kano, which says that no matter what program any government gives you, no matter the policy, so long as it does not lead to easy access to food, he said it's rubbish. The number one thing is let there be food to every citizen. If you are not sure of food, that will lead you to anarchy, chaos, and so on. So I think these two major issues, I think, are the common issues on the street. No easy access to food and insecurity. We cannot deny that that is really a major challenge that government has to really sit up. All this issue of infrastructure, the road, the railway, the electricity that we're talking about, yes, they are major requirements in development and growth. But basically, I think to carry the general public along, we must really address these two major issues, insecurity and easy access to food. Now, before we go into other things, I want to quickly make a comment on this control of the parties. There is one fraudulent thing that is common to all the parties. This issue of the governor or the president as the leader of the party. Yeah. This is political corruption. Exactly. It's not in any of the political parties' constitution. It's unconstitutional. There is nowhere in APC or PDP. I've been to all the parties, and I was a participant in writing the party's constitution or reviewing the constitution. What the constitution spells out is that the leader of the party at every level is the elected chairman of that party. This is one of the things that is giving us all this control. He referred us to the Second Republic of the MPN days. One of the elder statesmen in Nigeria, Alajitan Koyakase, who was this political advisor to Shegari, was not too long ago sharing with us that during their time, the political leadership, Akiloye and Co., they meet every Tuesday of the week. They will invite the president, the vice president, they will invite the Senate president, they will invite the leaders of the National Assembly. They meet every week. And the party will ask them, what did you do last week and what are you going to do next week? He said they meet every week under the control of the party. Even the president reports them. They report to the party leadership. And whatever decision is taken there, the president will see it as a divine instruction. And he will be reporting the following week that we decided last week what to do. What did you do so far? But today, this fraudulent attitude of governor is the leader, and it has entered into their heads. President is the leader. No, the party is leadership. And unfortunately, the leaders of the parties too, that were being fraudulently being brought in, have come to accept this, that they are not the leaders. And this is the beginning of the failure of the political system. So long as the party leadership does not feel that they are in charge, a national chairman sitting to query the president, please, why do you do that? Or the state chairman. But when you appoint your boys who will run cap in hand, and so you will never get the control of the parties, and this is part of the problem.
But Senator, I think you're part of this, as you said, even in PDP, even in APC at least. Yeah. You've seen when we really left with dread, I would say, talking about the leadership
of the parties.
The issue of leader of the party just came on board and started being implemented thereabout some 15 years ago, thereabout in our democracy days. And you were there and you saw it. I mean, that couldn't have been so much of an easy sell for any leader at the top to have done it. But it's so seen that it went through, and people are accepting. Although we know that Nigerians are, very fond and very attractive to positions, and everybody wants to be called this, that at any point in time. So we just accepted it.
Yeah. Well, I think, unfortunately, there has to be the courage at a certain point that we need to really bring in the change. Unfortunately, our recruitment process and the leadership of the parties is also very faulty. I hope we one day get over this. And when the recruitment process is faulty and is wrong, and you don't bring in people on the basis of their competence, on the basis of their ability, the capacity to lead, the tendency is they appoint their boys, errand boys, to be leadership of the parties, and the control will not be there. I think Where we'll begin to get it right is where we are lucky to have the president and the governors to appreciate the fact that they are really not in charge of the parties. Okay. The parties are in charge. Okay. So let's elect the right people in charge, and then we get it right.
All right, thanks. Let me break the rhythm once and return to Tony Abolo in Benin. Mr. Tony Abolo, I asked the question, what is the citizen satisfaction with our democracy 23 years on? Can we attempt a reading of this?
Yes, we certainly can, and I hope I'm not going to start on a funny note, which is to say that Governor Senator Shekarawu is an indication of citizen satisfaction. He's been moving, and he has not moved into NNPP. That is a measure of dissatisfaction. Then you now see P2B running out of PDP to go into Labour. That is a measure. But I think more indicative of citizen measure and democracy, citizen satisfaction measurement, without the benefit of maybe a scientific data gathering and analysis, to make it more valid in terms of inquiry. Look at the surge of people going for PVC. Nothing is as indicative as the people themselves are so dissatisfied with all that they have seen in the last 40, 50, 60 years. And they want now to express themselves. And one of our discussants did say that, people, Senator Ajibola, when he was talking about people want to be able, as an indication of democracy, to vote people of their choice. And that's why we're looking forward, and all the people surging to the INEC offices to register, either doing it online or however they're doing it, is to show you that they now want to be able to take back their country. They want to be able to make a statement. And the presence of the presidential candidates is driving the enthusiasm, in order that people can now say, oh, whatever choice you make, well, you stand by it. But in any case, they want to be able to say that now that INEC and technology is making a lot of difference, which for me, if you want to look at how we have grown, I'm not going to look more at infrastructure, or look at the roads, or look at education, or look at how agriculture has grown or not grown. I want to look at it that with technology in the INEC servers, you can now take your thumbprint or take your card or whatever you're going to do, and then the polling unit will upload whatever are the results, and we are trusting that it goes straight into the database of INEC, and that will now tell us that we have made sure that votes really, really count. And that is why there has been apathy. And that apathy has led us to see that politicians take over that vacuum and put in anybody. And that's why we'll have to look again at the delegate system. We cannot, because of this over monetization, we must look at it that it's a scary thing that if you have more money, then you become the president. If you have more money, you become the governor. If you have more money, you become the senator. No way. We have to come to some sensible moral standards. Even if morality doesn't go into politics, just like law, we must begin to bring some kind of sensible public norm, public morality into our politics in such a way that when your votes count, the people you select, and you would have looked clearly at the antecedents, and the parties themselves will also, through the delegate system, if they purify themselves, give us the right people whom we can look up to, that look, this will make a difference in the next 4 years. Because what we've been getting, we're not satisfied. And so that is my own assessment and an assumptive approach to us looking at citizen satisfaction with our democracy in the last few years.
Tony, let's return to the studio here and then hear much more from Ibrahim Lemo. You've heard what Tony just said about the citizen satisfaction, and indeed when we place side by side this satisfaction with the poverty which the senator talked about, and of course the monetization of the, the polity generally, if I may put it that way, so enlarged. You find out that a lot more needs to be done. As Sirajuddin said, civic education needs to come in here. Now, 23 years down the line, actually, students are not really satisfied, we must say. But has the education really been enough for them to get to be dissatisfied? I would say, is there any other thing that makes them much more dissatisfied apart from poverty?
I think there are, and I think I want to begin from one very vital point, and that is the essence of democracy is to make wise choices in a way that Mr. A is going to deliver, if he is there, more likely to deliver than Mr. B. And you cannot achieve that if there is no level of education, enlightenment, sensitization. You can't achieve that if there is no continuous connection and interaction between party organs, party leadership with the person on the street. This is completely absent at present. I can tell you confidently that the only thing that happens is you have parties with officials who don't do anything, who don't connect with the man on the street except election year. If you cannot connect except election year, how do you actually educate? How do you enlighten? So you have a problem there. The level of education is quite low. Political education, His Excellency referred to Malam Aminu Kano. This is one leader who had made his whole life a part of the common man's life. He is within them. He is always 24/7 interacting with them. Do we have that in our current politicians? We don't. They only remember you when it is the time, the year for canvassing for votes. So this continuity is not there. This education is not there. People don't consider it an obligation that I have to do this or that to ensure that I am connected with the electorate. That is one aspect. The second aspect of it is the internal politics of the parties has no provision for that. I will agree with everybody. Most of us will also agree with it to subscribe to the idea that, like somebody, one of us said, political parties are special purpose organization just for winning election, for going there. It's not for producing the development we are talking about. There is lack of innovation. We don't think creatively. Politicians don't think creatively. I will give you an example. For instance, I can't imagine a member of the House of Assembly, a member of House of Reps, or a distinguished senator coming to distribute motorcycles. I have gone against this idea of distributing motorcycles to, young men in the name of development. Because to me, you are actually, demotivating them from doing productive activities. If you go to our rural areas, you find mostly only the old women, the smallest among us growing, children, old men and women. They are the ones left at the village level. Everybody goes to get machine and come to the city to do Okada. And they are becoming a nuisance. To get a vehicle, motorcycle to somebody who's supposed to be a strong person who can farm and produce food, like he said, for food to be on the table. You are giving him machine to migrate from the rural area to the city. And he becomes a nuisance. And you start having, problem. Crime will increase and a lot of things. Now, another perspective is we have a kind of a political, mindset that believes that you have to move from one party to another. The migration from one party to another is itself a problem. That is the way I look at it. It is itself a problem. If you migrate from one party to another tomorrow, you lose your seats, your primaries in one party, and you go to another. Consistently, you are not developing a culture. That is one other aspect. Now, in terms of satisfaction, are we satisfied? We are not. As a political actor, I am not satisfied with the process because of a lot of monetization. Because we believe that I have a chance to confront my governor or my senator, but he goes to dish out some small money, and with all the reality of what I represent, everybody will move. The governor said, the senator said, not because I have no points, I have no issue to tackle, but because the money has changed. And one very important point I want to stress here is, how can you be satisfied in a system where there's no justice, no fairness, no equity? You have a problem with that. If you don't have justice, if you don't have equity, if you don't go for the ensuring fairness, how can I trust you? So trust is an important thing. And for us, in the as members of former House of Representatives, Thai Republic rather, our members have that kind of issue. I'll just take 1 minute to talk about it. In 1992, 1993, when we were in the House, we were actually, it was patriotism that brought us out. The best of us, best professionals in their young age, in the name of new breedism, new breed, we were encouraged, you have to come out, you have to build a country, and we all left our professions. Some of us were lecturers, some of us were businessmen, some of us were real professionals. We came to the House. And we stayed all the time we were there. We were not paid salaries. We were paid allowances. Right? And we worked very well. During our period, we were so strict and we were so, patriotic enough that we were the one checking ourselves. I will give you one illustration. I was a member of the, services committee.
Okay, Honorable Lebo.
Yes, let me just make this last point.
We will pause you.
Okay.
We will pause you and take quickly also the intervention by Senator Ajibola Bashiru on this whole issue of assessing citizen satisfaction with democracy. Because at the end of the day, I mean, if you took the Jeremy Bentham imperative of the greatest good for the greatest number, that would be one of the ends of democracy and the promise of democracy. Senator Ajibola Bashiru, what's your take on this?
I think largely I will disagree with some of the observations made by the previous commentators. I think in logic, it was called fallacy of asset generalization. It appears that there is a generalization in assessment of satisfaction of citizens to elected officials, politicians, and putting people holding political offices. We must know that there is not just one constituencies and one responsibility when it comes to assessment. As of today, you have the president, who is the executive head of the federal government. You have 36 state governors. You have 109 senators. You have 360 constituencies for the House of Representatives. So if you want to make an assessment, you cannot make a general banner assessment of citizen satisfaction on a general note. Otherwise, you will be guilty of fallacy of asset generalization. So in making an assessment, you have to make an assessment. One, do you want to assess the executive at the national level, headed by the president and the president, how far have they fared? You want to assess the constituencies of the senators, 109 of them in number, 360 House of Rep, and so on and so forth, up to state assembly. So I will not be in tandem with making general banner position about whether citizens are satisfied or not, but rather the study will be what is happening at each level of electoral representation. As far as I'm concerned, at the risk of sounding immodest, after day before yesterday marked my 3rd year as a senator, I've come up with a scorecard, which I call the 3-year scorecard, which is highlighting the promise I made when I was contesting against what I've been able to deliver in the past 3 years. And I also know that some other of our colleagues have also lived up to the expectation of what they put in their manifesto. So it will be uncharitable to now lay blame of some inadequacies on an archetypal politician who is not in tune with the demands and yearnings of his constituents. I think also it's also good to also note that when people talk about empowerment program, it is good to talk with it when you are really in touch with reality. One of our commentators here mentioned that it is wrong to have given motorcycle to people as a form of empowerment. Perhaps if I seen it as that regard, it's quite unfortunate. What we know is that the reality is that not all our people are productively engaged now. There has to be a kind of mitigation of the challenges that our teeming youth are made. If there's no demand for a motorcycle transportation, nobody will take it. Then there's also this idea that motorcycle is only for people who want to use it for transportation. Some of my constituents are from rural areas, like in the Federal and some part of Ulu and Odoti. I know some of the beneficiaries of motorcycle are not using it to ride it commercially, but they are using it for the purpose of assisting transportation to their farm. So this general statement about whether politicians do well or they don't do well has to be in the context of specific experience and specific development in every constituent. For instance, part of
thank you so much, Senator Surajuddin. Thank you so very much for that insight. We are just really being pressed for time. I really have to have one or two issues here to discuss. Senator Ibrahim Shekaru. Lemu said when they were in the Third Republic, they came with full enthusiasm. The commitment to serve their people. Going back to the Fourth Republic, 1999, same was the issue at the beginning of 1999 when democracy started, which of course we are taking stock right now. And as we moved into democracy, 5, 10, 15 years into democracy, we saw this, the derailing or the diminishing of this interest and the, reduction of this enthusiasm among the public. And one would really want to ask, are the politicians really the cause for this? Have they really been very much aware of the fact that people are really getting off, their own sleeves from this very fact of the fact that they are not really satisfied with this happening and now living the real morality of politics into something else? When money crime came in, we can see how the delegates started behaving, and now we can also, we don't know where we're going to end up. So, please be part of it.
Well, thank you very much. I think going back to what I said earlier on, the beginning of this decadence is the issue of the failure to allow credible leadership of the political parties.
Okay.
Because that is part of the recruiting process. When you bring in fraudulent leaders, with all due respect, who will connive with the leadership in the state, the governor at that stage, and they try to interfere, not allowing the right people. Not too long ago, many of us had crises because of the process of the congresses. In fact, in my state, we had cause to even go through the litigation of going to the court. What they did, they sat in the room. You can imagine in every ward there are 27 elected, there's supposed to be 27 elected executives at every ward. We have 484 wards. If you multiply, you're talking about 15,000 people. Some 3-4 people sat in the room and wrote all the names. All. Not even my ward. My ward. Today, I don't know the ex-officio of my ward. Not to talk of the leadership. Somebody's... But are we respecting the process? Are we respecting this consensus issue? It's been so corrupted. So people think consensus meaning sitting in a room and writing names.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency and Senator Ibrahim Shekarau. Well, we have a second topic to discuss this morning, and Nadabo, it looks like this subject, the more we get our guests to drill into it, the more ripples you find, and therefore the more consideration.
We've just started.
Yes, we just started. Yes. We will most likely return to other aspects of this. One question we couldn't throw in this morning, and I'm sure it's going to come up subsequently. It's as follows. There is a perception of the inverse relationship between politics and our economic development. Politics in 23 years is said to have been a boom industry. In the meantime, our economy has been shrinking. How do you deal with that? So on that note, we'd like to thank all our four guests who've been with us this morning for today's conversation. Here in the studios, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Shekarau, former governor of Kano State and also former Minister of Education. Thank you always for your insights.
Thank you.
We've also had the benefit of Honorable Dr. Mustafa Ibrahim Lemu. He was a member of the stillborn Third Republic that was from 1992 until November 1993. Mustafa Lemu, thank you very much for being our guest this morning. We're also joined via Zoom by distinguished Senator Surajuddin Ajibola Bashiru, who chairs the Senate Committee on Media and Public Affairs. Thank you very much for your contribution. And from Benin, we were joined by ageless Tony Abolo, veteran broadcaster, media consultant, and trainer in media studies. I'll tell Tony Abolo's story some other occasion. Tony Abolo, or Mr. Tony Abolo, as he's always likes to remain. Always a delight having you on Good Morning Nigeria. All right, now we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll get ahead with our second topic, which is on the aviation conference being organized by the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria.
The race to 2023 Africa Cup of Nations is on. And after claiming maximum points against the Leon Stars of Sierra Leone, the Super Eagles of Nigeria are on the move again, this time against Sao Tome and Principe at Stade d'Agadir, Morocco, on Monday 13th June 2022 at 2 p.m. Nigerian time. Catch the action live on the NTA network service. For advertisements, please call Hawa on 0803 312 1022. Sao Tome and Principe versus Nigeria. Don't miss it.
Don't just wake up your child. Wake up the champion in them. Give them energy to help them win every day with Milo at breakfast. Milo Active Go and the natural goodness of malt, milk, and cocoa helps wake up the champion in your child. Milo!
The Nigerian aviation sector is rapidly growing with the construction of new international airport terminals in several regions of the country. The new Murtala Mohammed International Airport has an estimated passenger increase of 30 million annually and 15 million for Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. Malam Aminu Kano International Airport is also expected to open new frontiers for the region with more travel capacity for the annual Hajj, while the new Akanu Ibiam International Airport, Enugu, more business opportunities connecting the industrial cities in the region to the world. These new terminals beat world-class standards with enabling infrastructure that aid air travel, tourism, and the eventual growth of the country's GDP.
Open up commerce and, of course, link us to international societies.
People from international community will come here to do business, and then that will bring in more revenue to the states.
Now, distances can be seamlessly covered as Nigeria keeps raising its bar to suit global infrastructure standards.
Do you run a breast or cervical cancer service? You a private or public laboratory, clinic or hospital that offer any of breast imaging, cervical cancer screening, HPV vaccination, or other breast or cervical cancer services? Is your service a primary, secondary, or tertiary center located in any part of Nigeria, no matter how remotely located it is? If yes to any of these questions, then subscribe to the OCI Foundation's Save Breast app and become accessible and visible to millions of Nigerians. It is all free. To subscribe, just type the Save Breast application form on Google or go to the OCI Foundation's page on www.ocifoundation.org. and search for Serve a Breast application form. Complete the form and submit. And let millions of Nigerians patronize you, all for free. Become part of the OCI Foundation's quest to tackle breast and cervical cancers in Nigeria. And join us to rise lifted arms.
To every politician, as the campaigns gain momentum and passions begin to rise, remember, the errors of your opponents do not make you a success. Do not run down your opponent and inflame passions to violence between and among your supporters. What counts is what you plan to do for the electorate and how you intend to relieve the sufferings and bring succor. Nigeria is in dire need of patriotic leaders at all levels, leaders who will make national development their priority. Concentrate on telling the electorate what you intend to do when you get into office. Focus on making your vision clear to the electorate. Don't engage in verbal abuses, fake news or speeches. Keep dealing with issues that will bring progress. You win the hearts and minds of the people by being above board, by being civil, patriotic, and showing empathy. Let's join hands to make the 2023 elections peaceful. A message from the National Orientation Agency.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria. Now we take up our second, topic for this morning. And the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, is set to hold the maiden edition of FAN National Aviation Conference, which was supposed to be held in 2020, but was postponed due to COVID-19.
Now, the conference, we understand, has been initiated to showcase investment opportunities at our airports and also to serve as a platform for brainstorming on contemporary developments in the aviation industry. Joining us in the studios to discuss matters around the conference, we would like to welcome the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of FAN, that's the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, Captain Rabiu Yadudu. Captain Yadudu, delighted to have you this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. We also have with us in the studios Nath Mark Abraham in Niger. He's an accredited international airport professional and also the chair of the planning committee of the FAN National Aviation Conference. Nath, glad to have you on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's begin with the chairman of the planning committee before we bring in the CEO of FAN. Why are you holding this conference?
Thank you very much. This conference is being put together to provide a platform for all stakeholders in the aviation industry to come together and review their operations, to talk about their challenges, to review the prospects, and then to see where we can collaborate more effectively towards delivering quality services to our passengers.
When is it coming up?
It's going to start on the 14th of June and it's going to run all through to 17th.
Okay. Now, Yadudu, what else can you tell us about this conference, which the public needs to know?
Well, thank you. Just like the chairman said, it's about our stakeholders and our participants, industry participants. Because aviation is a system, it operates as a system. Most of the time people happen to know a lot about FAN and maybe the NCA, maybe the airlines, but it goes much deeper than that. In the system, we have so many components that are hidden. For example, you might fly in an airport for over 20 years without meeting any NCA or NAMA staff. These are agencies that are working actively behind the scenes, but by the nature of their responsibilities, no one ever sees them most of the time. FAN, you might come to the airport almost every day, but you interact with FAN personnel just about 9% of the time. Most of the time when you come to the airport or you fly, you deal with stakeholders, important stakeholders like the government agencies, the car hire, the car concessionaires, the small traders inside the terminal. So many people operate to make aviation a success. Now we want to bring these people to the fore on a platform that is meant for aviation and to discuss aviation issues so that we can all now bring much more awareness of our responsibilities to each other, more understanding and collaboration and of course cooperation. So these 4 components we believe will fully help us to be much more efficient and improve our service delivery, because without the service there will be no reputation, no name, no pedigree. And right now we have a lot of pedigree in Nigerian aviation, because if you look at the last, especially after the pandemic, a lot happened. We are still here performing very well. We got a lot of recognitions, a lot of commendations across the world, and I think we are trying to consolidate on those achievements. That's why we decided to bring all the stakeholders together and sit down to map the way forward. We'll sit down, and after the 4th day, a standing committee will continue most of the work by putting together the resolutions, developing a communique that we shall pass around to all the stakeholders, and this committee will now monitor most of the improvements or developments in compliance with the communique through the next 12 months, so that by the next year's conference when we come, we review the communique and the development that has been achieved, and then we start adding on to that. So it's not just about the 4 days. It's about a program that is meant to be a Nigerian program that will last way into the future. It will drive cooperation, collaboration, and development. Most importantly, I think we need to understand aviation doesn't happen like out of in isolation. We have context. Nigerian context is very unique. So I think what I need to add is this conference is also aimed at considering and addressing the unique challenges or even the blessings of operating aviation in Nigeria. Contextual issues, contextual circumstances are very important in aviation. That's his sister.
All right, thanks, Captain Yadudu. You said now that at the end of this maiden edition of the conference, you will come back next year to review what has been done. Does that suggest now that this is going to now be a yearly conference? But more importantly, I would like you to add to the other objectives or goals of this whole conference.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's going to be an annual event. Like you said in your introductory comments, the main edition should have held in 2020. If that had happened, we should have been planning maybe for the 3rd edition by now. And because of the COVID, and then when we tried to hold it last year, the second wave came on board, and we have been studying the pandemic to see the most appropriate time. And by God's grace, this is the appropriate time for us to hold the first one. It also has an investment forum. Now, across the country, we have about 22 federal government managed airports, and then many state governments also are going into aviation. Some already have airports. Each of these states is unique. For instance, in some parts of the world, aviation is built around some tourist activities. So you discover, for instance, that the Durbar in the north, we could actually put that together in such a way that it also drives traffic flow. So we are inviting the state governments and other people who want to invest in aviation to come and see the investment opportunities, not just in the airport, but in the states themselves, so that that could also add to the general ecosystem of the aviation industry.
Who are the participants in this? And I will ask Captain Yadudu, is there an association of flying customers that would also be participants at this conference?
Well, the participants, the technical word in aviation is all stakeholders. And stakeholders include every passenger that has flown, everyone affected directly or indirectly by aviation activities, all the fuel handlers, caterers, the hotel businesses, even the Federal Consumer Protection and Competition Agency invited, the airlines, and of course the government agencies, every Nigerian, because in this country we have a lot of active professional aviators and a lot of passive ones, a lot of enthusiasts. So it's a very popular profession. Whoever is interested is a stakeholder, especially if he's impacted by the activities in aviation. So that is why we say all stakeholders. I hope NTA will be there also from tomorrow.
Yeah, well, of course, we'll be there to perform our media. The reason I asked that question is that, look, I mean, if you fly, then you consume the services and products of PAN and other stakeholders. And from time to time, customer appreciation or dissatisfaction with the quality of services. Let's be honest with ourselves. I mean, sometimes you go in there, the cooling system is horrible at some of the airports. You go in there and then you're wondering about baggage handling. You go in there and sometimes you're just wondering about the convenience of of this is the rainy season, for instance. The aircraft parks some distance away, and the buses take forever to come. And in some cases, you have to trek across the tarmac, dodging all kinds of other players in the industry. That's why I was asking if there's an association of customers. Well, it's not directly, may not directly be your responsibility. Delays, flight cancellation, and so on and so forth. And the fact that the customer is not king in the aviation industry. Katri Adudu.
Well, the customer is actually king. He will always be king. I think what we need to also shed more light on aviation, naturally there will be challenges. The world over, there's challenges always. That's why we have management teams. If there are no challenges, there will be no management teams. What is very critical and important for us is that when the challenges come, we remain very responsive. Japan has been very responsive over the past many years, and the responsiveness is very important because it inspires the confidence. Why you see some delays when there are some challenges that are well known, like the maybe delay in passenger departures. Sometimes these challenges need to be coordinated. Like I said, it's a system. One organization might not necessarily be able to solve a problem. In an airport, when you have passengers overstaying, 9 o'clock passengers being met by 7 o'clock or 7 p.m. passengers, FAN is one of the biggest victims, because no terminal in Nigeria is configured to accommodate morning passengers, midday passengers, afternoon passengers. It becomes congested. We start getting health issues. Look at the COVID that came. It even compounds the problem. Many times when people talking about delayed flights, we also coordinate actively with the airlines and the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. It's a primary agency charged with ensuring that such delays are eradicated. So it's a system. NCA cannot do it. And sometimes some of the delays, not all, are created by some of those contextual issues I mentioned here. That when you're operating aviation, it is not going to be as if you are in a country that you are out of that country. Contextual issues to do with the society, the economy, whatever challenges will always impact. So not all the delays are going to be justified, but some, quite clearly, even the NCA and FAN, we can see there are reasons for that. And in terms of the infrastructure, the vehicles, that's why I said earlier that we are very responsive. That's what concerns us most. When the challenge comes, what have you done? And if you've done it, show me. And we show it to the CA, we show it to our stakeholders. The bosses, in particular Abuja, we had that challenge last year, approaching the ULITAR season. We did an emergency arrangement, and right now, we had about 14 vehicles now.
Yes,
now we're brand new. We delivered a few days, just like 2 days before Christmas, because we were determined it will not happen and continue through the ULITAR season. We got the vehicles, and they're still there. We even went further. We got executive buses, not only on the main terminal, but also at the GAT where the VIP passengers walk. In terms of the air conditioning, the biggest airport that has that challenge is Lagos Airport. Okay. This is an airport that has been operating with the same equipment for over 40 years. So we are working and trying to resolve past challenges, neglect.
Well, it seems like all these are going to be addressed at this conference, seems like.
Yes,
all stakeholders are going to be.
Yes, and most importantly, most importantly, even the baggage handling system, we started working to procure a brand new one to replace just about the 40-year delay. So this moment on the government, we're trying to pay attention and resolve challenges that we met on ground. And as of now, Mr. President approved the procurement of brand new system for Lagos early last year. So what you are seeing now is the delay in manufacturing. First of all, the due process, then the funding, and now we're at the manufacturing stage. And very soon, later, you will start getting the installation and the delivery.
Yeah. All right, thanks. Now that the reason I raised some of these issues is that we all fly.
We all fly.
Sometimes, you took a 15-minute flight from Abuja to Lagos, and it takes you another 45 minutes or 1 hour for your luggage to come out. And the aircraft is sitting there, nothing has happened. So
there are so many issues.
Anyway, I think it's very interesting that you are getting to this conference, and we do hope that it will be a frank conversation among the stakeholders. Yes. So that when you have your communicate matters arising, and then the next steps will also be taken. Where is the conference taking place, by the way?
It's taking place at the International Conference Center here in Abuja. That's where it's going to be holding.
What time is it kicking off?
It's kicking off 9 a.m. tomorrow. We have an opening ceremony, and the Honorable Minister of Aviation will be there to declare the event open.
Okay. Well, Honorable, again, we've focused on aviation issues on Good Morning Nigeria. I know that a gentleman like Chris Aligbe has sometimes complained about the fact that investors have not been sensitized or wooed to take advantage of open investment opportunities at our airport. So we wish you the very best at your conference coming up starting tomorrow and then lasting to the 17th, which is Friday. Captain Rabiu Yadudu, Managing Director, CEO of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, thank you for being our guest this morning.
Thank you very much.
We also would like to appreciate Mark Abraham Inajo, who is the chairman of the planning committee of the National Aviation Conference. He is, of course, an accredited international airport professional. Thank you for being our guest on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you, Kingston.
All right, so that's it for us on Good Morning Nigeria today. As we said earlier, it's a national holiday in commemoration of this year's Democracy Day, which was yesterday, June 12th. Enjoy your holidays. We are back tomorrow, same time, 7 in the morning. I'm Kingston.
And I'm Yusuf Nadabus. Bye-bye.
A day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Hey beautiful, your eyes, your smile are all begging me to take you home tonight.
Now reading page 3.
Experience unlimited superfast internet access from Intel 4G. Intel. Live more.
ní ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́, ní ẹ̀ka ètò ìlera, ní ẹ̀ka ètò ààbò.
About 3 decades ago, another seed of democratic governance was planted. Yes, indeed, it's germinated but never reared its head. The arguably most popular mandate never manifested as the June 12 presidential election in 1993 was annulled by the then military government. The winner of that election, Moshood Kashimawo Olawale, MKO Abiola, in the quest to reclaim the mandate, paid the supreme price. As all wounds of June 12 lingered unhealed until another man with a similar popular mandate heeded the popular demand. President Muhammadu Buhari in 2018 declared June 12 as a new National Democracy Day instead of a May 29 either. So, it's 4 years after that declaration, a celebration of Nigeria's Democracy Day on June 12. But most significantly, the Fourth Republic of Democracy has endured 23 straight years since its return in 1999. Yes, yearnings of Nigerians keep growing as to what the democratic governance should present or represent. But then, the country has never had it this smooth, with the 7th general election just a few months away. Now, as Nigeria celebrates another Democracy Day, what are the distances covered and the deficits concerns? Thank you for joining us on this special outing as we bring you commemoration of this year's Democracy Day. The official celebration has taken place a day after the actual date. The reason is not far-fetched, I'm sure you know. It was on a weekend, and then we're having it today. The activities, of course, happenings at the Eagle Square in Abuja here, but wherever you are, you might be, trust me, you will be part of that event. NTA, Nigerian Television Authority, is bringing that event to your presence. I am Musba and Wahab in the studio. Now, crew is on ground at the Eagle Square to bring you live events, pictures and sound of that celebration as they come today. Thanks a lot for joining us. All right, as I said earlier, we'll be bringing you live events from the Eagle Square, but let me introduce to you our House of Representatives, joining us. Good to have you, Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. I also understand. Talking about the Fourth Republic, but for now, let's quickly take you through what has been happening so far with this report. Democracy is, of course, a process and not a project, granted. But how has this process fared in Nigeria 23 years after? Miogidi will take us through.
That Olusegun Obasanjo, retired of the PDP, having complied with requirements of the law and so the majority of votes, is hereby declared the winner.
I, Olusegun Obasanjo,
Olusegun Obasanjo,
that I will preserve, protect, and defend
the
Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The return of the Constitution, warm reception from the political class, flashes of smiles of freedom on the faces of others. That was in 1999, the past, and this is the present.
Muhammadu Buhari of the All Progressives Congress is hereby declared winner and is returned elected.
Between the past and the present lies the story of the survival of democracy in Nigeria. These are the caretakers of democracy. 23 years, 6 general elections. Each comes with its own story. Some are stories of how democracy struggled to survive. The death of a sitting president, Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, in 2010, bringing into the picture the doctrine of necessity, was a major point. The APC taking over power from PDP was a landmark.
Pleasure to hand over this also to you.
And of course, major Supreme Court judgments dislodging incumbent governors and supplanting opposition party candidates were really defining moments.
And let us thank God for Nigerian judiciary, particularly the Supreme Court of Nigeria. If not for the Supreme Court of Nigeria, this democracy would have been a forgotten thing. It was a part of the history.
Victory for democracy. But the rural nature of Nigeria promotes identity politics. Then more deep-rooted is electoral violence. Of course, these put democracy in somewhat reverse.
I think at the heart of electoral violence is politicians failing to play by the rules and weaponizing poverty and using violence to get power at all costs.
We must try to improve on the practice of democracy in Nigeria, which of course presupposes that we will put in place good governance, and good governance will include justice. It will include inclusiveness. It will include equity, fairness, and all that.
The concept of inconclusive election is a favorite child of democracy lately. A scaring signal or promising one?
Rerun or inconclusive elections are only marks to show that yes, there were real contests in those elections. So why should we be afraid of real contests?
Since after the 2019 general elections, democracy is demoralized, as it were. INEC, the only midwife and last lifeline of democracy, is under attack from yet to be identified gunmen.
Surely these attacks are no longer freak events, but appear to be quite orchestrated and targeted at INEC. Clearly, these are acts of unjustifiable aggression which may undermine the Commission's capacity to organize elections and dent the nation's electoral process.
To deal with anything that will disrupt what was started in 1999, we are at hand to make sure that the people's will be sustained regardless of whatever happens, regardless of any individual inclinations.
2023 elections fast approaching. New electoral acts in place. Democracy waiting to grow faster. And the electorate watches helplessly. But believers of democracy waiting at the end of the tunnel. Because there must be a light since there is a country. Mie Ogidi, NTA News.
Indeed, Mayor Gidi, there is a country and this country must survive. That is it. Thanks a lot for setting the tone for this discussion this morning, Mayor Gidi. And gentlemen, Honorable Otu and Professor Abba. Now, let's take a look at this. 23 years of democratic rule since 1999. We're preparing for the 7th election now, general elections that is. Honorable Otu, if you want to evaluate the democracy so far, what will be your assessment of this?
Well, since 23 years ago, some of us who are observers of events after the 1992 general elections, Third Republic elections, have always felt that we are moving. But with other additions of negative introductions into democracy, you can see it is within the period of these 23 years, we have seen all sorts of electoral violence. Burning of ballot papers, doing of all sorts of things. And we still have hope. The hope is there because look at the last election held in Nigeria, which was the
2015.
No, I mean
2019.
This current year.
Okay.
Ordinary
the House of Secretary elections.
Yeah, party elections.
Okay, conventions.
Yeah. The introduction of transparency is really is head again. The election of the APC candidate for 2023 election introduced a near hope again since 1992 elections. If you watch PDP election 2, you find that they were all new injections that tend to give us hope. So I think we are having hope. I think with what is happening, if we sustain and continue with it the way it has come, we will return back to democracy. There is hope for democracy.
All right, very good to hear that, and there is hope indeed. Now let's quickly go to Professor Abba of the Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Abuja. Now, say for us to strike, a Nigerian child of 23 years is supposed to be a graduate or nearly so. If you want to evaluate the Nigerian democracy for 23 years now, how do you assess that?
Well, first and foremost, I think in Nigeria there are some gaps that we must fill in order to understand or put democracy at its own proper perspectives.
Right.
One, democracy is not an activity. It's a process.
It's a process.
It's not a project. It's a program. It's not a means to an end. It's an end in itself. So I think fundamentally there's an erroneous perceptions and understanding the concept of democracy, not only by politicians, even by Nigerian citizens. If you look at what is happening in Nigeria today, I want to assess the journey of 23 years into democratic leadership in Nigeria. I think the best way to approach it is to conclude that there are just movements without movements. Yes, the military guys have been taken back to their barracks. There are periodic elections. We have civilianized the leadership processes. But the fundamental question is this: are these realities synonymous with democracy? Are these realities on ground in tandem with democratic principles? Especially if you juxtapose these questions from the point of view of Nigerian historical realities within the context of Nigerian peculiarity and Nigerian typicalities. Wrongly, we ascribed to democracy in Nigeria what are not democratic, like the rule of law, like freedom of expressions, freedom of movement, etc. These are universal human principles, democratic principles. Democracy is about the power of an individual to consciously, purposefully, deliberately decide to choose or to elect or to vote Mr. A against Mr. B, and retain the same power and authority to change the Mr. A when the need arises. In this journey, we have not reached that destination yet in Nigeria. And who are responsible for our democratic problems in Nigeria? The entire stakeholders in Nigerian democratic program, not project, are responsible for the dangers, the political danger signals that we are seeing in Nigerian democracy today. Am I going to clap for the 23 years journey? No. Especially if you placed the quantum of resources at the hands of the political class in Nigeria in the last 23 years with the various infrastructural development in Nigeria. it is a shame. We need to do better.
Right, thanks a lot, Prof. Prof has raised a lot of questions here, and we'll see how we get answers to them. Now, let's quickly bring Dr. Kunle Inyada from our Lagos studio into this conversation. Now, Dr. Inyada, democracy is said to be a process and not a project, and Prof is asking a lot of questions regarding what we're supposed to have and what we're having. We're having a motion without movements. Would you say we're really having this process right, starting from 1999, that's democracy started in Nigeria again?
Thank you so much. I would like to say that I believe that we have made a lot of progress when you talk of democracy in Nigeria. If we have not made progress, we will not be where we are. And if you look at various elections that are taking place, you will see, except we do not want to acknowledge that fact, you will see the fact that there have been some improvement. Prof talked about, democracy being a process and not an activity. You know that when you talk about process, we talk about there is always an opportunity for you to improve on whatever has been done. That's why we talk about process improvement. So take for instance the last the conventions that was held by PDP and APC. At least for the first time you could see that there is nothing like imposition of candidates. So for me, that tells us that we are making good progress. If you also look at and it gives us hope to say that the voice of the people matters, that everyone can aspire to be whatever they intend, to become, in this country. Yes, we talk about the issue of money, we talk about the issue of violence. If you study it over the years, from even the Second Republic to now, you will notice that there have been an improvement even in that regard. I remember I was very young and during this the Shagari regime, and the quantum of violence that you see during election day is such that none of us want to go out. I was in secondary school, so you don't want to go out, during that time. But now you can also see that we have made a bit of an improvement. We need to know that we are not going to get, even America that happens to be the oldest democracy in the world, there are still stuff that they are battling with. You saw Donald Trump saying that, no, the election was rigged and all of that. You always have that in a democratic society, because democracy is all about the people. However, some people must be able to say, I want to put myself there, I want to grab that power. Okay? So, and that is where the issue of accountability actually comes in, because now we get electorate who are more informed, who are more interested, because for democracy to survive, the voters must be more informed. The citizen must be willing to participate. We must leave docility to say, what, this is all about our life, this is all about our future. We want to, be involved in it. If you look at the current registration, for PVC that is going on, you see that there is an active, especially from youth, because you have about 70% of Nigerian population is between the ages of 18 and and 40. So if you have this group of people being actively involved in politics, I believe that a lot of things is going to be redefined. For me personally, I think there is a movement. I do not believe that we just have a motion. I believe each day we make progress. And the president of this country, President Muhammadu Buhari, has given us a stellar example, in spite of the fact that some people think, he should have been more involved in this. That's what democracy is all about. And the president said, what, even though I have a candidate in mind, but guess what? I will allow the process. And that's what APC did. So for me, that is a progress that has given us good example as to what to expect in the future.
Dr. Yenda is saying it from a very different perspectives, and he believes that Nigeria is making progress despite the shortcomings that we are having. And take an example of the party primaries that we've just had, particularly that of the major parties, People's Democratic Party, and of course the All Progressives Congress, that is the ruling party. Now, Honorable Otu, you were of the Third Republic. Okay, by the way, Honorable Otu is of the NRC, that's of the National Republican Convention, Third Republic. Though a very short spell. If you want to gauge what we had in that Third Republic with what we're having now, taking it from the legislative perspective, what do you see?
You mean during the elections proper?
No, the process now.
The process. Like I said earlier,
yeah,
that over the years there have been some what we call movement without motion.
Right.
Motion
without movement, actually.
It has been on and on until when this new election started bringing hope to us. In the Third Republic, even though it could be said by then it was a crude election, in the sense that even ordinary ballot that was supposed to be paper and put, which the contemporary people born now were human beings in the Third Republic. And when elections are counted, it will be counted on the real principles of human perception of individuals who came to vie for positions. Yes, there is improvement. We must improve from using human beings because the so set visual of who is really the enemy.
Right.
Somebody will be standing and somebody will walk across you to go and vote for your listen. You'll be feeling it even after the elections. And it's modified as modified open ballot. Now, if we compare that modification to what is happening now, we still feel that that election still stands the test and better.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Chu. Now, earlier you saw a picture of what is happening at the Eagle Square right here in Abuja, Federal Capital Territory. I trust also we're going to bring them to you as they happen, but for now, that is still what you have at the Eagle Square in Abuja. Professor Abba, you saw some challenges in the process so far since 1999. If you want to be specific, what are those areas that you think are really begging for attention right now?
See, first and foremost, I think I want to make the record stress.
Yeah.
You see, when you evaluate a process, democratic process, it's designed. The process is designed either naturally, either technically or mechanically, or programmatically,
right,
to address certain fundamental issues that concerns human welfare and human well-being in a society. So democratic process has a destinations to reach. When I say motions without movement, there are a lot of improvements, enhancement, and development in the democratic process. While the process was designed to achieve certain fundamental objectives, those objectives or these objectives are not achieved. And it couldn't achieve this objective because of the fundamental challenges that you raised.
Okay.
And I itemize them. The first stakeholder in any democratic system across the globe, across the world, is the citizens. Now, if you ask yourself a sincere question, are Nigerians, could you define Nigerians as citizens after 62 years of our national independence? Are we citizens in the truest sense of the word called citizenship? Because only citizens vote. Only citizens demands political accountability. Only citizens change bad governance. Now, in Nigeria, for you to define a Nigerian as a citizen, there are three fundamental issues involved.
What are those?
Number one,
right,
is an average Nigerian properly, adequately, consciously educated politically? Not only from the point of view of the democratic process, no, from familyhood. From familyhood. How prepared, how well conditioned are families in Nigeria to now pass political educations to the younger generations. A father and a mother, a husband and a wife will sit over a dinner table with their own kids and tell them or give them democratic and political education. Are we having that in Nigeria? That's why it's not. Our school system is completely off democratic ladder of the world. There is nothing democratic in our university system. There is nothing democratic at our secondary school and primary school system. So why will an average citizen get political education? None. The media, who is supposed to be another agent of socialization, is comatose in Nigeria, especially official media people like NTA, Radio Nigeria, and the rest.
How do you mean?
Because you are operating in a very stringent environment and conditions. It is a miracle how we are churning out these programs. Underfunded, not properly trained, not motivated. The executive is blowing hot over your necks as you're preparing.
I'm not sure. I can remember that we've complained about that.
You can't I'm giving you a scenario in Nigeria.
Yeah.
The Nigerian media system has a lot to do as a called the democratic process. The religious institutions. Look, whatever you turn your face around in Nigeria, there is no miracle that will make the Nigerian democratic system to work effectively. So these are the challenges. And anybody who pretends, and let me tell you, part of the challenge is that ever since we started this program, we are talking about APC and PDP, and there are 18 political parties. They held conventions. Why are you not referring to them? Because this is the culture you have been trained to do. It's a democratic. So I don't want to pretend. The era of pretension is over. 62 years, we are still pretending, deceiving ourselves that we are moving, there is progress, there is process is improving. To serve what purpose? Let's be sincere. Look, by now, up 23 years, like you have said, a child that was born in 1999, supposed to be a councillor in his or her local government, supposed to be a legislator at the state level, supposed to be even a commissioner at the state level, or a special advisor to a governor or a president. But up to now, this child is yet to graduate from a university. And you say we are progressing democratically. We fared better under the military than what we are experiencing today. In 1993, these people that were pushed aside after a successful election were far more better than the crop of National Assembly that we have in today in Nigeria National Assembly.
Well, people will tell you that the walls of democracy will be better than the best military rule.
Only a fool and the highest order will tell you that the worst is better than the best. Do you agree logically that the best military administration could give way to a worse civil administration? And that's what we are here. We are conditioned. As Sisulu says, there is no weapon so potent in the hands of the oppressor like the mind of the oppressed. It's only an oppressed mind that will believe that the worst democratic government is better than the best military regime. It doesn't make sense logically and scientifically.
All right, Prof. Why I hear from your perspective and what you have been able to put forward logically, despite the challenges, some people will still tell you, hey, we're making progress. The government is investing in different sectors of the economy and, of course, different strata. But now, let me quickly bring in, you are going to give us the solutions to see to these challenges you have mentioned so far. But let me bring in Dr. Inyada from our Lagos studio. Doctor, you talked about the progress we have made so far, citing examples of these political parties and, of course, the even-handedness of President regarding who is to be a candidate or who is to emerge as the president of a country succeeding him in 2023. But take that aside, you want to look at general participation in this democratic governance now. What do you see of Nigerians' participation in democratic rule in the country? Are you also still positive about this? Do you think we are still far from where we're supposed to be?
I don't think we are far at all. And for me, it's a case of half full or half empty. Like I said, we have made tremendous progress. Prof talks about voters' education, and all of that. And I think voters' education starts from people like him and myself, in which you are able to educate our children, in which you are able to educate, our neighbors, our friends, and our associates in terms of us being involved. There are different types of government in the world. You have the military, you have the theocracy, you have the monarchy, you have the democracy. However, all over the world, the only one that guarantee your right as a citizen, I'm a proud citizen of Nigeria, the only thing that guarantee your right as a citizen is democracy, because democracy is saying you can vote and you can be voted for. We have seen young people, being voted for, in this country. If you go, through the social media, thank God for the internet that you have now, which I believe to be part of the process. So if you go through the, social media, you see how the youth are actively engaged in, talking about footers, rights, talking about need for engagement of the citizens and all of that. The only question I begin to ask myself is that, okay, these are part of the elite, those who are on Twitter. In Nigeria today, or in the world today, if you have internet on your phone, you can access the social media, you are part of the elite. What about those ones in the villages who possibly have no access to electricity, access to internet, access to anything? So how do you engage them? And I want to say, because if you look at the population of Nigeria, about 54% or so of Nigerians are in the villages, are in rural areas. So we have that responsibility to engage these people. However, if you look at the voting patterns in this country, you will see that those in the rural areas are more educated, more politically involved even than some of us who are in the cities. So for me, that gives hope. The hope must start from the cities, where we have our children, we have our friends, where we have the professionals. If all the professionals, if all the naysayers, if all those who believe that, oh no, we are not doing well, oh we can do better, or if all of us that just say, let me just sit on the ball, on the fence, politics is not meant for me. If we are involved, imagine what Nigeria democracy is going to look like. Now, look at the electoral form, electoral act that the government, the president just signed. For me, it's part of the process. It is a sign, that we are making, progress. And all of us are here. If I like, I can call the president by his name. I can say whatever I want to say. Most of these things are only guaranteed under democracy. If you don't have democracy, I will not be able. I believe that Nigeria press is one of the freest in the world, because we have press. You have the media that is extremely, active, extremely, intelligent also in how they are able to dissect social issues, how they are able to raise the consciousness of the citizens. I believe that the press is doing their bit. But when we talk about democracy, let's know that democracy is about the politicians. It's all about us. It's about you and I as a citizen of this country. And it's either you have a citizen who is proud to say, I'm a proud Nigerian, or you have a citizen who has lost hope, who say, I don't think there is any good thing in this country. Now, let me address the two. Let's start from the later. If I'm the citizen who believes that, there is nothing good in this country, guess what democracy is telling you? Democracy is telling you that, get out of your comfort zone, be involved. And if I'm a citizen who says, everything is working fine, then have to tell ourselves, okay, let us be very honest, it is working fine, but can we make it better? So for all of us, there is a role to play, the role to involve or the role to improve. And if we are able to achieve this, I think our democracy will fare better than what it is now. You ask me again, have we made improvement? I believe that it is absolutely yes.
I actually admire your feelings about Nigeria, the positives that you see from this country so far, and you are asking Nigerians to get involved, to stand up and be counted in the process. Now, if you want to see the participation of Nigerians, I'm still sticking with you, Dr. Inyeda. The participation of Nigerians, particularly the electorate, would you say their involvement really matters in the process so far? Are votes counting in this country?
That vote counts. Do we have regain? Absolutely, you have regain. But I also believe that you have to have a form of a simple majority for you to rig successfully. Look at it, for the first time in this country, a sitting administration was voted out. That happened because your vote can't. I do not think we should allow ourselves to be deceived, which is what I think some of the political strategists want to put in the minds of Nigerians, to say that their vote does not count. And once we believe that our vote does not count, guess what's going to happen? There's going to be voters' apathy. Oh, well, I'm not going to go and vote because my vote doesn't count. But I'm here, I'm not in any political party, but I'm here telling you that your vote do count. All right, because if all of us go there, imagine we are 1,000 in this place and want to vote for one honorable something. Can one person come and display the 1,000 of us? The answer is a no. So our vote count has been counting. Is there rigging? Yes, there will be rigging. There will continue to be rigging. If the oldest democracy, tends to claim that there is rigging in the US, so who are we in Nigeria that you are just how many years old, 60-something years old? Who are we to say that there will not be rigging? However, do you want to prevent rigging? If your answer to that is a yes, as a Nigerian, the best way for you to prevent rigging is to be involved. You go to the polling booth, make sure that you voted. After that, the vote is to be counted. Stay there and be counted. And one of the things that I feel we also need to encourage ourselves is to volunteer to be involved. We have not addressed the issue of vote buying. We have not addressed the issue of money in politics and all of that. For me, so long as our followers are compromised, so long as the citizens are compromised, we get the kind of leaders that we are getting. Now, keep getting that kind of leaders. So if we are not a compromised citizen, if we are able to call those we have elected into questions and say, we ask you to do this, you better do it. If you don't do it in 4 years' time, we are going to vote you out. Guess what? We will live and will be fulfilled because we are not compromised. But if I've gotten 1,000 or 1 million or 1 or 10 billion, then I'm able to keep quiet. Then guess what? Then the vote goes to the highest bidder. I believe that 2023 is going to usher in a different things, for this country, because for the first time you see people, being interested. And what you need in democracy is interest and participation. And once you're able to get the two, I believe Nigeria is going to be better than we are currently.
All right. Dr. Onyeda, seriously and honestly, I share that hope with you, and I believe Nigeria will continue to get better. But now let's take a break from this discussion as we'll bring you, let's quickly see what we have at the Eagle Square right now, expecting the parade of at the Eagle Square. But before that, let's quickly bring you a report. It is 23 years of uninterrupted democratic rule in Nigeria, celebrated May 29th up until 2018 when the date was changed to June 12th by President Muhammadu Buhari. Political correspondent Kende at DBC say the day is a reminder of how far we have come as a nation.
I was just a young primary school girl, somewhat unaware of the implications of the annulled 1993 presidential election. From then to now, a lot has changed in the nation's quest for economic prosperity and democratic process. Most of its success story, for example, can be found in the unity bestowed upon the nation as a result of June 12.
As a nation that has tasted military regime, June 12 continues to be a solid foundation upon which the country's political experience seeks inspiration. Democracy Day, marked yearly, is a constant reminder that one of the reasons for the doggedness to forge ahead in the last 27 years is the unity of purpose derived from the June 12 experience.
It's important to have a Democracy Day when we remind ourselves of the importance of democracy, when we remind ourselves of the sacrifices of others for us to have democracy.
Democratic activists started agitating for its restoration. So everything about June 12 is about democracy that should work.
Close to 21 years after the death of the acclaimed winner of the 1993 June 12 presidential election, MKO Abiola, President Muhammadu Buhari declared June 12 as the date for the celebration of Nigeria's Democracy Day.
It will continue off and on until the military
release the result of the June 12 election and put the democratically elected president, who is myself, in charge of affairs. I won't go to war. I won't encourage my supporters to go to war. I will fight for peace. And I will get peace.
Our decision to recognize and honor June 12 and its actors is in the national interest. It is aimed at settling national healing process and the reconciliation of the 25-year history wound caused by the annulment of the June 12 elections. I earnestly invite all Nigerians across all our national divide to accept it in good faith.
Analysts say it is a symbolic feat in the historical compendium of the nation because many have in the past tactically ignored the place of pride of June 12. Late Abiola was also awarded with the title of the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, GCFR, posthumously.
You don't see Abiola singing, "I'm from Yoruba, I'm on Kokon for Yoruba." If you were preaching that to Nigerians, I don't think we accepted in other parts of Nigeria.
We should try to build a Nigeria in the manner of the ideals of June 12. As we move into the next election in 2023, we should be ready.
June 12 is a day that will not easily be forgotten in the history of Nigeria. This year's celebration is significant as it is just a few months to another general election that will usher in new democratically elected leaders. Nigerians are urged to imbibe the spirit of oneness displayed during the June 12, 1993 election, where ethno-religious biases were defiled in the quest to take the country to its rightful place as the giant of Africa. In Lagos, Kennedy, BBC, NTN.
Kende at DBC, thanks a lot for that package. And we will talk about June 12 and the matters arising from it. But before that, let me quickly ask Honorable Ochu, you are part of those who share the positives in this process so far. If you want to tell us quickly, what exactly would you say you admire in this process so far since 1999?
And June 12?
No, talking about democracy.
Democracy. I've said it, that when Prof was talking, he talked about military being better than democracy. Yes.
Are you share that?
I cannot share such a view.
Right.
I will rather tell you that if there is a problem we have today, the military has instructed it into us.
In what way?
Good. Look at what we are talking about June 12. This is an election cost well won, and everybody knew that this election had been won free and fair, and had been affirmed even now that it's the fairest election ever done in Nigeria. It was annulled by the military. The military annulled it. Look at it now. The same, the president right now, a president, a civilian president, who was part of that processes of the military, has come back to heal. As he came, he is now telling us that democracy is better than military government by instituting June 12 as a day to remember the time evils of military regime were instituted onto Nigerians. If you watch when they were talking at the last processes of election in Eagle Square, one of the presidential aspirants came up and wept. He spoke glowingly on why there should be equity. Whether equity is not part of the process or is a process. He spoke glowingly, asking that a section of Nigeria is being deliberately denied a position because of the military creation of states. The civilians have tried all means to have the imbalance corrected. It's difficult. But the same military that caused this problem has caused it. What I'm trying to say is that if there's anything negative in democracy, it shouldn't have been correcting the effects of what the military have done to us over the years.
Right, thank you very much, Honorable. In as much as you've seen those negatives of the military, I want to be sure too that the military has done a lot in the development of this country. But now let's quickly go to Eagle Square, where it is happening right now, and we have one of our correspondents on ground, that's Ifeanyi Okafor, ready to give us some feelers from there and update from that part of the town. Ifeanyi, what's the update? How is it coming through?
Okay, thank you for joining us here. Thank you for joining us here at the Eagle Square. Thank you for joining us here at the Eagle Square for the Democracy Day celebration. Of course, it is the 2022 Democracy Day celebration, and we are expecting that anytime soon, His Excellency President Muhammad Buhari will be here. Of course, we've had for the past 1 hour all the dignitaries arriving, one after the other. And as it is right now, the Eagle Square, we're right here from the Eagle Square. We'll be getting back to you on activities lined up for today. We have, of course, the guard parade who are here. We have various dignitaries who have been seated, and the program will pick up shortly.
And look around, you have those dignitaries that you mentioned on ground right now, and what exactly what do you have as part of the programs of event for this celebration today, Ifeanyi? Okay, if you can hear me clearly, you want to take us through the program that we have lined up for this celebration?
I didn't hear that quite well.
I'm just asking you to let us know what to expect from that event to celebrate this Democracy Day.
It's a Democracy Day, as you know, and of course we expect that the president will be here, and he will obviously give some address to the nation on 2022 Democracy Day program.
Very much, Ifeanyi Okafor. We expect more updates as soon as possible, and of course we'll bring events live when it starts now. Professor Abba, June 12th was still a mirage until 2018, and President Muhammad Buhari came in in his attempt to assuage the pains of this June 12th in the minds of the nationalists or those who struggled for this June 12th, and that brought about the declaration of June 12th as a National Democracy Day for this country, and of course giving of national honor, the highest one, to the late MKO Abiola GCFR, and then Babagana Kingibe, his supposed vice president as GCON, and lots of activities then in 2018 in this regard. Do you think this effort by President Buhari has really gone anyway to assuage this pain?
First and foremost, I think we should be able to at least put June 12th at its proper perspectives.
Right.
Not only as a nation, but as historically, as a point of our destinies as a people in Nigeria. You see, to me and to a lot of Nigerians, both within and outside the country, June 12th goes beyond mere a day that the military created a big gap in our national political history by annulling that very momentous elections. I think for the first time in so long a time in the history of Nigeria, we have unanimity of purpose and commonality of interest, politically and democratically in Nigeria. It was not about Abiola, it wasn't about SDP, it wasn't about the actualization of that day. It was about, for the first time, Nigerians spoke in unison. For the first time, Nigerians voted on an informed position. For the first time, Nigeria achieved their differences, their perceived elites-motivated, elites-induced differences. And we went for a position that is national in character, national in nature, and national as a choice. So, what Buhari did by institutionalizing June 12th in our national calendar is to just look within and based on courage, because it takes a courageous leader now to unwind historically what elite consensus imposed on a nation, on his nation, because the annulment of June 12th was not an IBB's agenda alone. It was elite consensus against Nigerians. And for Buhari to come out in 2018 to say that, look, our Democracy Day is no longer May 29. Which, we are not taking anything away from May 29. It's historical also. But based on priority, June 12th is higher than May 29. So we salute Buhari's courage, and we call for further institutionalization process, so that at least in our primary school social studies, in our secondary school histories, in our university curriculum, we should be able to now mainstream this particular national day and work towards its values, mainstreaming its values in our national psyche, from the younger generations to the older generations. Our challenge is that, look, check all those who participated actively, the principal actors in June 12th. Where are they today? They are nowhere to be found. Why? Buhari only celebrated Abiola and Baba Kingebe and the day. What about the multitude of Nigerians whose blood was shed?
Those who were symbols of June 12 were actually celebrated.
Yeah,
and that included Gani Fawemi, and a lot of
blessed memory. Yeah. See, what happened to these people? What happened to people like Honorable Otu, who was shortchanged by the Nigerian system through the annulment? What happened to them? And if you look at the reality on ground today.
But Prof, before then, there was no any effort regarding June 12, but I think you should give it to him for at least to the president.
I said we should celebrate him for that courage, right. Because for him to take that decision, he went against swam against the tide of Nigerian elite system.
Okay.
So I gave it to him, but the question is, I think it should go the whole hawk of celebrating others also.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Abba. Now, let's quickly bring the event to you as we take you through to the Eagle Square to see what is happening right now. See for yourself the sight and sound. All right, the sound and sides of Eagle Square apparently still waiting for the dignitaries who will kickstart the event for the celebration of Nigeria's Democracy Day, and you continue to get them as we have it from the Eagle Square. Back in the studio, Professor Sadiq Abba, Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Abuja. I want to continue with your thoughts about June 12th and how far it has gone in assuaging the pains of the pains in the minds of the nationalists and those who fought for it.
Yes. You see, like I was saying, I say we dove our hearts at President Buhari's decision. But now the question is this: after the national celebration, what comes next? There are thousands and hundreds and millions of actors of June 12 across Nigeria. What are the governors doing to identify those particular actors who are foot soldiers that cleared the ground for them to come and be governing Nigeria today? Why can they identify those June 12 actors at state level and celebrate them? What about local government chairmen? They have June 12 actors in their own constituencies. Why can't they identify these guys?
You and I know the position or the condition of local government as we speak.
You see, this is part of the challenges of actualizing June 12. Because June 12 is no longer a dream. It was a movement.
Right.
You understand? So you cannot have a movement without actors in the movement who push the movement processes. So they are still alive. Some of them are there, some are still alive. So my concern is this. None of them, if you look around Nigerian democratic space today, none of the actors of June 12 are active today. They were marginalized, they were sidelined, you understand? And strangers took over the process and are benefiting. So my concern is this: Nigeria as a state, Nigeria as a nation, is not about should. It's not. I'm not diplomatic. I'm just very Nigeria must, the compulsion, identify those particular actors and mobilize them, celebrate them from national to local government level, so that at least they will serve as political and democratic role models for younger Nigerian generations, so that at least we'll develop a democratic culture, a political history, and we'll be able to, the labor of our heroes past in our national anthem will now be actualized within the models, within the heroes of June 12th.
Thanks, Prof. Now, Dr. Kunle Yeda in our Lagos studio, you just listened to Prof regarding celebration of June 12th. Is it enough for you to just declare June 12th as a National Democracy Day, or you think there are better ways of acknowledging the efforts of the heroes past in this struggle?
Thank you so much. I believe, and I agree with Prof in terms of recognition. But if you want to talk about those who are involved in the struggles, how many of them were? Can you identify? And if care is not taken, if it's not properly managed, then you also discover that it's going to be politicized. Now, June 12, as I understand it, when it comes to the June 12 day that we are celebrating today, it's not about Abiola, it's not about Tofa, it's not about Baba Gana Kijigbe, it is about Nigerian democracy. And when you talk about Nigerian democracy, June 12 now provides the umbrella for all those people that have been involved, either before, during, or after. So if you want to be honored, I believe that so long as that June 12 is celebrated, we are doing it in remembrance of those who have participated in the struggle. However, like you said, I think we have to also go beyond just the day itself, because we're talking about democracy. What does democracy mean for us? Democracy is going to have better values in this country when you have good education. Then the labor of our heroes will not be in vain. When you have good healthcare system, when people have good food, to eat, all right, then democracy will make more sense. All right, we cannot be celebrating June 12 when people feel so insecure in the society. We cannot celebrate June. We can't continue to celebrate June 12 or talk about democracy, talk about June 12 when people cannot point to tangible benefit. So, and the other time I talk about that we continue to make progress on a daily basis as a nation, And I believe that we have come a long way in terms of the progress, that we are making. What we just need to do is to build on it. And how do you build on it? We build on it by doing people-centric programs, not programs that benefit self at the top echelon of leadership. No. Either at the local government, either at the state government, either at the federal government, each leader must be conscious of what June 12 means. That June 12 stands for unity, that June 12 stands for freedom, that June 12 stands for empowerment of Nigerian citizens. And if you're unable to give these three, then whoever is celebrating June 12 is actually doing that in vain. Because we need people to be happy, we need people to feel secured, we need people to feel free, and we need people to feel empowered. Then June 12 will continue to make sense. And like Prof said, let's talk about it, to our children in secondary school, in primary school, at the university level. Let them understand the history of Nigerian democracy and how it has helped, how it has benefited. Of course, we can't do that without talking about the challenges. But while we talk about challenges, we should focus more on the prospect. For them to know, yes, it is true we have these challenges, but let us focus on a better future. Let us focus on the prospect that if you are able to do it well, this is the kind of society that we are going to be building for ourselves. And that's what when we achieve that, then June 12 will have made a lot of sense, much more than it does currently. Thank you.
Thank you too, Dr. Kunle Inyada. Yeah, of course, you have your reservations, and a lot of people too do. Yes, we're having these challenges here and there, but other people too will tell you that we are having a lot to celebrate alongside democracy that we're having 23 years unbroken. And you want to agree with me too that there's no perfect democracy in the world. You also alluded to that fact, citing example of even the United States of America. Honorable Otu, we are having these challenges. It's not for us to take away, but we want to see how to get it right so that we just don't count numbers of years of democracy, but we want to begin to count achievements. What are those things we are supposed to put in front burner now to make sure that we're on the right track?
We, the Third Republic people,
right?
We saw June 12 as a total eclipse that came against democracy. And now we are celebrating the democracy. It's just straight. Democracy has no any other rock other than the parliament. It is only in parliament we talk about democracy. And each time democracy is attacked, the target is the parliament. And when the democratic institutions were being built in the early 90s, the parliament was observed as fundamental to get democracy institutionalized. And before then, democracy was instituted and parliament was established. And suddenly the hammer of anti-democracy fell on the parliament. I think what Prof is trying to say is that ever since that thing happened, those group of men described by them as new breed that were versatile, young, spread in various professions, gathered, and they came to bear and believed very seriously on democracy. And ever since then, they are still working towards that institutionalization of democracy. What happened to them? When they came into this Abuja, it may be pathetic for you to hear it for the first time. That set of group came into Abuja as young, promising professional.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Otu. I understand we need to go to the Eagle Square now. I must say a very big thank you to you for your perspective so far, Honorable Gabriel Eniotu, member Third Republic House of Representatives from the NRC. We thank you and we hope to have you another time on the show on NTA. Thank you very much. Now let's go to the Eagle Square to see how to join the event.
Your Excellency, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, still expecting the arrival of the very special guest of honor, the Revenue Officer, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. While expecting his arrival, please band some scintillating rendition, please, while expecting his arrival. Thank you. We can see the outriders. We can see the outriders inching into the Eagle Square, carrying out some display, showing seasoned training and expertise in whatever one does. We can see that. We can see this other one. It's simply going to signal the aging of His Excellency Mr. President. It is Digris arrival climaxing. Excellency Mr. President. Once again, please, with all due respect, and a very deep sense of reverence, the moment we announce the arrival of a very special guest of honor and the wife from the president wherever you're sitting, within the Eagle Square, please, we rise in deference to his most exalted offices and very distinguished personnel. Please, thank you. He is the number one citizen as we speak. Thank you. We can see the protocol of line there, indicating that special guest of honor is close by. We want to thank the Most High for clement weather and journey mercies. Band, brief relation, please. While we expect the arrival of Mr. President, please. When we say we'll let you know, please. Band, keep the place busy, please. Thank you. Your Excellency, very distinguished person, guests, ladies and gentlemen, we can hear the drumming, the bagpipers, sandwiching the presidential limousine inching steadily towards the state box and the presidential lane, preparatory for the commencement of activities in earnest. Please, once again, moment to announce the arrival of Mr. President, please. Dignifying offices, and it's very, very dignifying personal. We are always going to rise, please. See the bagpipers moving with the presidential limousine, inching steadily towards the saluting day. Very, very, very unique. And the sixth announcement of the very special guest of honor, the Reviewing Officer, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, that will be received there by the Commandant Brigade. Now, stretch forward to exchange presidential pleasantries with the dignitaries of parade. His Excellency the Vice President is on official trip. There we have the distinguished Senate President, the Right Honourable Speaker, His Lordship the Chief Justice, the Honourable Minister of Defense, Federal Capital Territory, National Security Advisor, Chief of Defense Staff, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Naval Staff, Chief of Air Staff, Inspector of Police, the Joint of the Diplomatic Corps, and of course the Chairman ABC and the Chief of Staff to Mr. President. Please, can we all rise if you are still sitting, please? Thank you. Dignitaries, may please take your seats. Thank you. Your Excellencies, the national salute that heralded the arrival of the very special guest of honor, the Reviewing Officer, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, over the parade commander now inches towards the saluting days on the mounted horse to give the state of the officers and guards on parade and of course the essence of today's ceremony to Mr. President and to very diligently request Mr. President to review the parade. We'll hear that shortly.
Year 2022, Nigerian Democracy Day Parade formed up. 25 officers, 450 members
unambiguous from the parade commander who doubles as the commander of 7 Guard Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel S.Y. Hazard. Now, His Excellency, the special guest of honor, will be accompanied on this inspection by the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General Mohammed Takuti Guzman. Happy viewing, Your Excellencies. And while the special guest of honor embarks on this inspection of the officers and guards, we want to take a quick look at the resume of the special guest of honor. The special guest of honor and reviewing officer for this historic year of 2022 Democracy Day Anniversary Parade is His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari. He was born on 17 December 1942 in Daura, Katsina State. He had his early education in Katsina before joining the Nigerian Army as an officer cadet in October 1963. He had his military training in Kaduna, Nigeria, Great Britain, India, and the United States of America. In the course of his meritorious military and political career, he was appointed military governor of Northeastern State, Borno State in 1975. He also served as a federal commissioner for petroleum resources in 1976. The reviewing officer was appointed military secretary, Supreme Military Headquarters in 1977, chairman, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation in 1978. Head of State, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces Federal Republic of Nigeria between December 1983 and August 1985. The special guest of honor had undergone many military career trainings, amongst which are not limited to Military Training School, Kaduna 1963, Officer Cadet School, Aldershot, United Kingdom, October 1963, Platoon Commander's Course, Nigerian Military College, Kaduna 1964, Mechanical Transport Officers Course, Army Mechanical Transport School, Berlin, United Kingdom 1965, Defense Services Staff College, Wellington, India 1973, United States Army War College between 1979 and 1980. After a successful military career in the Armed Forces of Nigeria, he was appointed Executive Chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund, PTF, between 1995 and 1999. In 2003, he ran for the office of the President and did not succeed. On the third, he contested again in 2 more presidential elections in 2007 and 2011, no success. As a man of determination, driven by his commitment to serve this great nation, he contested again in 2015 presidential election, where he emerged victorious and was inaugurated as a democratically elected president on 29th May 2015. After a successful 4-year tenure in office, President Muhammadu Buhari was re-elected for a second tenure in office on 23rd February 2019. Today he's here as the special guest of honor and reviewing officer for this historic Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. And this is expected to be the calling off point. We have to say a very big congratulations to Mr. President. At this juncture, Your Excellencies, very senior military officers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we want to take a brief look into the Democracy Day broadcast by the very special guest of honor, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, both in honor of the acclaimed winner of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, His Excellency Bashiru Moshood Kashimawo Olawale, popularly known as MKO Abiola, GCFR, of blessed memory, and the right way forward for our great nation, Nigeria. All said, true loving Nigerian citizens, friends, and lovers of Nigeria the world over, expectedly, most heartily, and most warmly congratulate the special guest of honor, reviewing officer, Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief, for his most mature and unbiased disposition on the stance of June 12, 1993, Nigerian presidential election that was adjudged the freest in the evolving annals of our great nation, Nigeria. And in spite of the debacle that dismayed the entire exercise and the almost 25 years despite between June 12, 1993 and June 12, 2018, the special guest of honor as the sitting president and commander-in-chief very magnanimously and shrewdly showed a keen wit and revisited the episode and the annulment. Based on Providence, the help and care of the Most High, he acclaimed the acclaimed winner of June 12, 1993 election, His Excellency MP Abiola GCFR, was visibly and most profoundly honored by not only recognizing his victory in that election, he was decorated with the highest national honor of the Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, GCFR. Also equally important and worth mentioning, the celebration of our great nation's Democracy Day, hitherto held on 29th May of every year, was moved to June 12. This is what we are celebrating today nationwide. This is quite commendable and depicts a broad-based placement of national issues, irrespective of ethnic affiliation, religious coloration, and social affinity. Quite commendable, Your Excellency, sir. We plead and pray most fervently that the Most High takes absolute control as we move towards 2023. Democracy, as the very special guest of honor, Reviewing Officer, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic, said in his Democracy Day nationwide broadcast, is an ideal that must be preserved and protected. Thank you, Excellencies, for listening. Very special guest of honor, the Reviewing Officer, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Inspection over. Shortly, we expect the parade commander to mount his horse dignifyingly and to seek presidential permission to carry on with the rest of the parade. We are going to hear that shortly. Once again, happy viewing, Your Excellencies. Once again, very distinctly requested there, very cautiously by the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel S.Y. Hazard, who doubles as the commander of 7 Guard Battalion, and presidential permission has been given telepathically. Shortly, we're going to see the officers and guards of parade commence the preparation towards the commencement in earnest of the march past in slow and quick time. Once again, happy viewing, Your Excellencies. distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, orders very, very distinctly dished out there by the parade commander, and that gives the commencement to the march past in slow and quick time towards the saluting days. This is the preamble. It's a forerunner to the march past in slow and quick time in earnest. Now, the march towards the saluting days, where the special guest of honor is to carry out three symbolic signals. Symbolic, telepathic transfers, no talking, no exchange of words. Now, the first has to do with military tradition. If a subordinate has to embark on any occasion, any mission, he has to seek the permission of his boss. Now, we are going to witness shortly the swords and gun salute. Presidentially, we witness that shortly. That will be the first symbol. Salute there, we just witnessed. And the ushers with their swords, saluting Mr. President. Very, very symbolic. Next will be the seeking of permission to commence in earnest the march past is one good time. It is telepathical thought, no talking, no exchange of words, but it will be done. And of course, the third symbolic thing there is to enable the very special guest of honor to see at close range the impeccable turnout of the officers and guards. That is, that is standard. Impeccable turnout. Rise on the state box, please. As the special guest of honor inches towards the state box, please. Thank you. His Excellency, President Commander in Chief, Mama Waro, DCFR. Thank you. No, Your Excellency, please standing on existing protocol. Now the march past in slow and good time in earnest commences. We can see the guards, the color party and officers marching past slow time. Please, once again, we want to remind our listening guests, wherever you are seated within the Eagle Square, when the colors on parade pass by your sitting position, when the colors on parade pass by your sitting position momentarily, please rise in deference in honor of the colors. Momentarily, could be 10, could be 15, could be 20 seconds. As it passes by your sitting position, rise in honor of the colors on parade. And please, officers, warrant officers in uniform should please salute. Please, once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Captain Ababa, please.
Thank you very much. Most distinguished invited guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, it is event unfolding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for the Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. At the moment, what we are witnessing is the march past in slow time by the various guards on parade this morning. And as earlier announced, we have 6 guards on parade. We have the number 1, 2, and 3 guard being provided by the Nigerian Army. They are closely followed by the full complement of regimentation, that is the color party. The colors on parade this morning are the national color, the Nigerian Army regimental color, the Navy color, and the Air Force color, carried by commissioned officers known as ensigns to the colors. Behind the color party, we have the number 4 guard provided by the Nigerian Navy. They are closely followed by the number 5 guard being provided by the Nigerian Air Force. And the last guard, of course, for today's occasion is the number 6 guard provided by the Nigerian Police. We shall now take a look at the various guards and sub-guard commanders for today's occasion. The number 1 guard is commanded by Major Yausa Adamu Rabiu. The right sub-guard commander is Captain Jamil Manisa, and the left sub-guard commander is Captain Abiodun Babatunde Jino. Marching closely behind the number 1 guard is the number 2 guard, which is commanded by Major Tijani Ominzi Yusuf. The right sub-guard commander is Captain Mohammed Sheikh Ibrahim, and the left sub-guard commander is Captain Dobis Marcus Eko. Closely marching behind the number 2 guard is the number 3 guard, which is commanded by female officers. The guard commander is Major Christiana Oluwatoyosi Odukoya. And the right sub-guard commander is Captain Amina Ibrahim Shankar, while the left sub-guard commander is Captain Lydia Temitayo Obangla. Closely following the number 3 guard is the color party. As earlier mentioned, there are 4 colors on parade today. These colors are carried by commissioned officers known as ensigns to the colors. The ensign to the national color is Captain Chizi Success Nabi. The ensign to the regimental color of the army is Captain Jafar Gejere Mohammed. And the ensign to the naval regimental color is Navy Lieutenant Bashir Adamu. While the ensign to the regimental colors of the Air Force is Flight Lieutenant Olare Waju David Ade. Marching closely behind the color party is the number 4 guard, which is being commanded by all female officers, just like we have the number 3 guard. This is done in accordance with the Geneva Convention for Gender Equality, where women are being given a pride of place in society, and the armed forces are absolutely left behind. The number 4 guard is commanded by Lieutenant Commander Veronica Effiong. The right sub-guard commander is Navy Lieutenant Amarachi Gai, and the left sub-guard commander is Navy Lieutenant Elizabeth Joshua Raymond. Directly behind the number 4 guard is the number 5 guard, commanded by Squadron Leader Warren Unity Akube. The right sub-guard commander is Flight Lieutenant Michael Sika Basi, and the left sub-guard commander is Flight Lieutenant Bashir Umar Bello. The last guard is the number 6 guard, which is commanded by Superintendent of Police Ibrahim Al-Basu. The right sub-guard commander is Deputy Superintendent of Police Saleh Umar Badama. the left sub-guard commander, Deputy Superintendent of Police, Shaibu Gadu. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I please once again request that when the color party marches towards its sitting position, you are all expected to rise as a mark of respect, while officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute. It is still events unfolding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for the Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. I'm taking you back to the happenings on the parade ground. At the moment, the mass band who are standing on the center circle of the parade ground at the moment. It's commanded by Major Michael Ayobami. And national parades. Next is Yahya. Yahya is a white parade horse of Sudanese and Nigerian breed. It has a weight of 700 kilograms, 7.2 feet. Yahya has a member of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahya's Have been paid their compliment to the special guest of honor. In a short while from now, we'll transition from slow time to quick time. That transition is one aspect of the parade of this magnitude that will be thrilling both of our viewers, both at home and in the various stands here. And I'm very sure everybody will be looking forward to that moment, and we'll witness that shortly. of applause for that very seamless transition from slow time to quick time. A show of discipline and professionalism being exhibited by the various guards of parade, all to commemorate the 23rd Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. And with that transition, the various guards will take turns to march around the parade ground once again to pay compliment to the special guests of honor, to show their honor and loyalty to the exalted office of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, with the number one guard leading, another guards following suit, and sending order. As earlier mentioned, we have the number 1, 2, and 3 guard being provided by the Nigerian Army. They are closely followed by the full complement of representation of the color party, comprising of the national color, the Nigerian Army color, the Navy color, and the Air Force color carried by commissioned officers as colors. Behind the color party, we have the number 4 guard provided by the Nigerian Navy, and they are closely followed by the number 5 guard provided by the Nigerian Air Force. And the last guard, of course, for today's occasion is the number 6 guard being provided by the Nigerian Police. A quick reminder once again that when the color party reaches your stand, you are all expected to rise as a mark of respect, while officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy viewing. Marches across. Thank you. Celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. Earlier, we witnessed the commencement of the march past in slow time, and it dovetailed to a quick time after all the guards paid their compliment to the special guest of honor. In a short while from now, would revert back to their position and come to halt by numbers, beginning with the number 1 guard, another guards following suit in ascending order. And we'll witness that shortly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy viewing. by the various guards, all to commemorate the Democracy Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the special guest of honor, most distinguished invited guests, the senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the military and police march past in slow and quick time, the next event we'll be witnessing any moment from now is the combat march display by the Nigerian Army Women Corps.
The next order now. The next order, sir.
By the Nigerian Army Women Corps Combat March Platoon to the special guest of honor and the reviewing officer for this historic occasion. Permission has been sought by the commander of the Nigerian Army Women Corps Combat March Platoon and graciously granted by His Excellency the reviewing officer for today's occasion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the Nigerian Army Women Corps Combat March Platoon, commanded by Lieutenant Vera Tuko. Thank you very much. Special Operations Battalion is currently engaged on escort duties as well as other internal security operations as directed by the appropriate superior authority. Participate in civil military cooperation activities in their various areas of responsibility. Troops also participate in Operation Safe Conduct between March and April 2020. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, compliment being paid once again to the special guest of honor by the Nigerian Army Women Corps Combat March Platoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please another round of applause for the Nigerian Army Women Corps Combat Platoon led by Lieutenant Vera Jacob. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the special guest of honor, most distinguished invited guests, very senior officers, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of the combat march display by the Nigerian Army Women Corps, next on our program of events is a combined silent drill display by the armed forces and the police.
Chicken. Ya shiga.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, advancing squarely and bravely into this historic arena is the Armed Forces and Police Silent Drill Platoon. The platoon consists of 41 personnel. The Nigerian Army has 26, Navy 5, Air Force 5, and the police with 5 representatives respectively. And this is done in line with the Chief of Army Staff's vision, which is a professional Nigerian Army ready to accomplish assigned missions within the joint environment in the defense of Nigeria. Combined silent drill platoon to the special guest of honor and the reviewing officer for this historic occasion before the commencement of their display. It may interest you to know that the combined silent drill comprising of the Nigerian Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Nigerian Police display is being introduced for the first time in the history of any national parade, which makes it unique, very interesting. To exemplify the discipline, professionalism, and synergy that coexist among the armed forces and the Nigerian police. The silent drill is a variant of drill that involves complex marching sequences, which usually deviate from drill used in the course of ordinary parade. Rifles, troops shows the state of readiness of troops and proficiency in arms when the need arises. It also shows the ability of troops to take in rest, as one shoulders, another hold arms in the most disciplined manner. They are into different segments there and transition from slow time to quick time, all happening concurrently with everyone knowing what to do at every point in time. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for the combined silent drill platoon. We have a reason to still of body and rifle synchronization all happening concurrently. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy New Year. Once again, using the special gift of honor by the combined silent gallery. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please another round of applause for the combined silent grill platoon. A show of professionalism and high level of discipline being exhibited there. It may interest you to know that the excellent performance by the combined silent drill platoon you are witnessing at the moment was instilled by the very disciplined and highly capable and regimental Guards Brigade drill instructors under the guidance of the Guards Brigade Regimental Sergeant Major, RSM for short, Master Warrant Officer Sanusi Mohammed. Sequencing signifies the ability of troops to work around the clock to keep the territorial integrity of our great nation Nigeria, and also changing information shows the resilient and dynamic nature of troops to adapt to the changing circumstances in the contemporary situation we find ourselves as a country. It may interest you to know that the armed forces of Nigeria and the Nigeria police has been faced with a lot of challenges, but has always performed its constitutional roles in keeping our great nation Nigeria, as you can witness at the moment. Comprising the Nigerian Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Nigeria Police. Please, another round of applause for that beautiful group photograph posture adopted here by the combined silent drill platoon. compliment paid once again to the special guest of honor at the end of the combined silent drill platoon display. Today, as we celebrate our democracy, it is no better time than this to remind ourselves of the importance of the unity and diversity. Together, we can achieve a lot. A round of applause once again for the drilling display by the combined silent drill platoon as they exit the arena of display. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of that training performance by the combined silent drill platoon, the next event on our program is Democracy Day Playlet. The play is centered on the unity and harmony of the land up until certain persons in the community decide to claim ownership of the land. Different persons from the 6 geopolitical zones come up with their own produce and what they are best known for in order to claim the land belongs to them. And the eldest woman in the land will be seen settling the dispute as she admonishes citizens of the community to put hands and efforts together to grow the community. At the end, peace and unity is restored to the land as citizens will go back in love, exchanging all their produce. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, happy viewing.
What is happening, my children? What is the problem here? See, thank you very much. Mama, Mama, let's out now, eh? Because we are educated, and former. The economic growth of this land. Mama, tell me now, this land progress. Mama, that's all. We are the largest producers of cocoa, which is a new source of economic growth in this land. What are you saying? The success of this land depends on our good oil. So we only I give you a leg. How many people we only have of this land and we're liking a lot of them right now on my news. All of you here will be looking at. So, Mama, they cannot survive without us. My children, you have exercised your right to speak. And on behalf of all your parents and have listened, you all correct about the things, yes? But let me ask you, in just 1 or 3 legs, this land is dependent on all those things you have mentioned. And if you think carefully, for the land of my heart, hey, my daughter, Mama, you see you are good with trade and commerce. And you, my son, you are good with cocoa. Very good. Let me see you take it with it with cocoa. Let me see what you can do with it. Hey, Mama. What can you do with this cocoa? Mama, with my And manage this cocoa, mama. And you make the quantity of this cocoa. So you will make people of this cocoa, eh? Very good. My children, when you see that you can do what we think of resources, as you have done with your skills of trade and commerce and the cocoa, you save for your cotton, agricultural produce, Sing excellence, my children, come together, come together. Oh, my children. Very good, my children. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Yes, put your hands together. Come together. Let this be the start of peace, unity, and progress. Please around the that has been distributed here by the Atlanta Cultural Youth. What we are witnessing at the moment is the cultural truth display showcasing Nigeria moving forward from the 6 geopolitical zones. The display of our culture, our heritage, and tradition. As you can see, the Java are singing, riding on their beautiful horses and their colorful costumes depicting royalty and the boundary standards of our country. Alongside the welcoming the mighty dancers. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Walidi dance is a special dance for the African people of the state in the northeastern part of Nigeria. The dance is globally viewed and majestic, which seeks to capture the continuing value of peace, elegance, and pride in a history that dates back to more than 1,000 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to the Maliki dancers representing the northeastern part of Nigeria.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please round of applause for the mighty dancers representing the northeastern part of our country, Nigeria. What we are witnessing at the moment is the aftermath masquerade from the southeast. Aftermath masquerade is the famous masquerade in the Igbo culture, which is from the Igbo of Nigeria to West Africa. The of the Igbo masquerade is one which on this street has survived Western influences. The masquerade is performed by men only, and it is accompanied by music that the masquerade dances to. Unlike other Igbo masquerades, the African masquerade does not have any spiritual connotation or ritual manifestation attached to it. The masquerade ushers in the rock dancers from the southeast, displaying the rich culture of the Igbo people. The Igbo dancers are from Africa in Ebonyi State. The dance they are always using in players and layers of waist beats is becoming street fashion and intensity while they are next. There's a new culture of dance steps, as you can see. Please, the dancers from the southeastern part of Nigeria. The next presentation is a kind of very and Kalahari dancers from the south side representing the rich heritage of the oil producing states. The Ekiri dance is a traditional dance of the Ijaw people used for entertainment, display, and celebration. After the oil music, it is part of the tradition that makes the Ijaw people who they are. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's 3 events unfolding here at the Abuja, Nigeria. Learning from the democracy and evolution of our business. What we are witnessing is a cultural display showcasing Nigeria moving on from the 6 geopolitical zones. Please, a round of applause for the Kalahari dancers representing the south-south part of our country, Nigeria. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the very energetic African dancers from the south western part of Nigeria. African dance is one of the main cultural expressions of the Igbo people. The dance reveals the northern of their culture, the cultural background, and the statistical impact for the graphic movement, fashion, and artistic expressed in the dance signals the existence of the socio-economic, aesthetic,
cultural and historic realities of the Togo people. The distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, these are all the vocals for the Abuja representing the southwestern part of Nigeria. What you are witnessing right now is the Tahini masquerade of the chief culture. The smart, cultural, and defined for the chief people of central Nigeria. It became popular in the 1960s. Its aesthetics are drawn from the patterns of the chief culture and the deep understanding of their life. The masks are elaborate and reflect the versatile aesthetic background of the chief people. It incorporates sensitive social graphics like Swahili, very true, Sibo, Kenya, and other combinations. And here we have the beautiful and rich culture of the Islamic Gallery representing the northwestern part of Nigeria. People to witness the bravery, the greatest spectacle exhibited by the young and the three families. Usually it is played as a test of endurance and instinctive of the birds of young women being able to withstand the pain emanating from severe struggle as to the witness and the short while.
Unity and progress. The dance also depicts that we can live in oneness, love, and encouraging each other's existence. Despite our heterogeneous nature, we remain indivisible, and that has been the secret of our existence as a country. Applause for that energetic performance by the Adila Cultural Troupe, showcasing Nigeria moving forward from the 6 geopolitical zones. Thank you very much. Most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's still event unfolding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for the Democratic Day celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. At the end of that very energetic performance by the cultural troupe, next on our program of event is a combined mass band display. This performance by the mass band is one that seeks to emphasize the essence of this year's Democracy Day celebration of our great country, Nigeria. This display will showcase the mass band marching forward to form one love, which symbolizes unity. And announced the mass band comprises personnel of the armed forces and the Nigeria police and is commanded by Major Michael Ayobami Toriola of the Nigerian Army. Your Excellencies, most distinguished guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, the formation you are witnessing at the moment by the combined mass band is inspired by the song One Love, composed by the legendary Nigerian musician Onyeka Onwenu. A classic hit back then in the late 80s and early 90s when it was released. One Love was loved by all and still cherished till this day by music lovers all over the country. Today indeed is a day to remind ourselves of the lyrics of this beautiful song written by a patriotic Nigerian as we celebrate our democracy. It is a clarion call to all Nigerians to continue to support the system and ensure we become a nation that is indivisible despite our heterogeneous disposition. And this can only be achieved through love. Together we can succeed and achieve greater success as a nation. Only through love. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the mass band for that beautiful formation there. One Love, inspired by the legendary musician Onyeka Onwenu. Your Excellencies, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's been events unfolding here at the Eagle Square, Abuja, Nigeria, venue for the Democracy Day celebration of our great nation. The event kick-started with the military and police fast in slow and quick time, and thereafter we witnessed the combat march display by the Nigerian Army Women Corps. It was followed by the combined silent drill display by the armed forces and the police, after which we witnessed the Democracy Day playlists and a cultural troop display showcasing Nigeria moving forward in the 6 geopolitical zones. At the moment, we just finished watching the formation, a beautiful formation created by the mass band. And after that beautiful formation by the mass band, they will be joined by the combined silent drill and the cultural troupe in what will be the climax of today's performance. And they will be advancing once again to create yet another beautiful formation, which will be emphasizing the essence of today's celebration. That is Nigeria's democracy at 23, indicating the age of Nigeria's democracy since the year 1999. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please happy viewing. Your Excellencies, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is yet another beautiful formation adopted here by the mass band, the silent drill platoon, and the cultural troupe. We have Nigeria democracy at 23. Nigeria's democracy at 23. Unity, faith, peace, and progress. Please, a round of applause for that beautiful formation there. I believe those watching from their screens at home would appreciate this formation better. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is the democracy celebration of our great nation, Nigeria. What we are witnessing at the moment is displayed by the mass band, the silent drill platoon, and the cultural troupe. Excellency, the special guest of honor, most distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing at the moment is a group photograph posture being adopted here by the mass band, the Silent Drill Platoon, and the cultural troupe. At this juncture, may I crave the indulgence of the Commander Guards Brigade to respectfully invite the special guest of honor for the group photograph. At this point, may I hand over the microphone to my co-commentator, Major Paul Abara, retired.
Yes, thank you. Please, the Chief State Protocol Officer should also invite the Excellency, former President, Head of State of our country, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, GCFR, former Vice President, His Excellency Babagana Kingibe, please, GCON, the distinguished Senate President, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the Chairman of the APC, please, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, and the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, please, to accompany Mr. President in this photograph with the actors, please, active band men and the cultural troops. It's been very exciting. Shows keep training by the instructor and the handlers of the cultural troops.
Please. Hello, sir. Please. Next will be the signing of the anniversary register by the very special guest of honor, the Minister President, Commander-in-Chief, and the dignitaries. Please witness the signing, please. Dignitaries who were with him at the group photograph with the bandmen and the cultural troops. Signing of the anniversary register.
The entire program was very, very exciting, entertaining, exhilarating. The officers and guards on parade, the mass band, the women soldiers, of course, the cultural troops. Must commend the instructors and the handlers of the various groups. It's been exciting, really entertaining. What a while of the special guest of honor and the dignitaries in the Eagle Square this day. Next will be the marching in review order. One of the three exciting moments of any presidential parade of this magnitude. First, usually, is the breaking from slow march to quick time, and of course, the individual guard halting, and next will be the advancing in review order by the officers and guards. We're going to witness that shortly. It's been a long time tradition in the military based on training, serious training, and of course, concentration. We'll see that shortly. A round of applause, please. The three hearty cheers, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Next will be the national salute. Once again, we will all be expected to rise whenever we are seated. Officers, warrant officers in uniform should please salute. Thank you. National salute! Can we all please rise wherever we are seated, please? Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please rise, please. Thank you. Dignitaries, please take your seats. Thank you. After the three hearty cheers and the national salute, the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel S.Y. Hassan, who doubles as the CO7 Guard Battalion, now marches forward on the mounted horse to diligently seek the presidential permission of Mr. President to march up the colors and the rest of the parade, thus bringing us to the end of this epoch-making, unique occasion of the 222 Democracy Day Parade. We'll see that shortly. Permission very diligently sought there, and presidential given by the very special guest of honor, reviewing officer, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, thus bringing us to the end of this unique milestone in the evolving annals of our great nation, Nigeria, the presidential parade marking Democracy Day 2022. All too soon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the presidential parade and other entertainments lined up to elaborately celebrate the 2022 Democracy Day. On behalf of the Executive Chairman of the Executive Planning Committee, who doubles as the Secretary to Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, Executive Members of his committee, the officers and personnel of the Nigerian Armed Forces and the police, and indeed all peace-loving Nigerians, we wish to say a very big thank you to Your Excellencies, most distinguished guests, invited guests from far and near, for honoring our invitation with your very honored presence. We are greatly honored, and this is wishing one and all joining message, God's love and care. We thank him for the clement weather and a smooth sail through. Now your anchors have been Captain Godfrey Adebia Bakwa, the Assistant Director of Public Relations, Last Brigade, Flight Lieutenant John Jeremiah Hibin of the Headquarters Camp, Nigerian Air Force, Abuja, and yours sincerely, Major Paul S. Apara, retired, formerly of the Directorate of Army Public Relations, Nigerian Army. Thank you and God bless. Wish to one and all journey messages. God bless and you au revoir. We meet again this time next year, God willing. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, interesting military parade, and of course, colorful cultural display there, a blend of culture and then military culture. And this is what we've been having from the Eagle Square, the venue for this Democracy Day celebration. That is the 23 years of unbroken democracy in Nigeria there. And we did not have the presidential speech because probably of the nationwide broadcast that he did yesterday. Professor Sadiq Abba, Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Abuja, is still in the studio with me. Prof, you've just seen this display to celebrate the Nigeria democracy.
So far so good. I think it's a thing of pride, and also it's reassuring, and at the same time it showcases what the nation can do or could do for our fallen democratic heroes. It's in a nutshell, it serves as a platform for panoramic historical overview of what of the journey so far as far as democracy is concerned. What happens at the Eagle Square is a confirmation or reaffirmation of our national history, the journey in our democratic experiences, so that at least the younger generations, both who are there live at the Eagle Square and those who are at home, will now have a reason to to link themselves historically and practically on the sacrifices and the realities of 23 years of unbroken democracy today. It did not start in 1999. It started in 1993. So, but I still appeal and hope and pray that at least we should take it beyond the Eagle Square. We should take it beyond Abuja. We should now cascade it down up to the ward level, so that at least once upon a time, every leader at his or her own level should be able to at least look back and say, let's celebrate the heroes and the models that June 12 pushed forward into the national platform called or national project called Nigeria. And I am proud of the performance of the military. I'm proud of the performance of the traditional cultural dances, and most importantly, I am proud of the organizers of this particular day at the Eagle Square. Let's pray what is happening in Eagle Square will be replicated at the state level, at the local government level, and at a family level.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Abba. There we see having pictures from the Eagle Square in Abuja. We'll get some views from that event and that venue very soon, as soon as our crew on ground there is ready. But Prof, away from this celebration, we earlier talked about some challenges that are currently facing the country, and the government of the day has been trying to find solutions, lasting ones at that, to these situation and challenges as we have them. But before you profile your solutions or suggestions to these challenges, let's quickly take a look at this report. And one attribute that stood the 9th National Assembly out is its pursuit of stability in governance. This it's achieved through collaboration and cooperation with other arms of government. Ignatius Nkwo, that's our correspondent, takes a look at the Senate in the last 3 years.
The return of Nigeria's annual budget to January-December cycle, amendment of the Deep Offshore Bill, Electoral Act Amendment Bill, and the passage of the finance bills are some of the major achievements of the 9th Senate.
Those against
the last 3 years. These were not coincidence. They were products of decisive decision. It all started on the 11th of June 2019 when the 9th Senate took off on its legislative voyage. First, with a number of hurdles, the 9th Senate took a resolution embedded in its legislative agenda. There were areas yearning for reforms, prominent among them changes in budget process, passage of critical bills, conclusive investigative process, and most importantly, the reconstruction of legislative-executive relationship were conspicuously on the radar. Within months, the legislative chamber in unison had redesigned its relationship with the executive, giving way for more cordiality as it confirmed more than 70 presidential appointments.
All we try to do is to bring about good governance. All we try to achieve is to make life meaningful for Nigerians. That's why we're here.
Nigerians began to witness unhindered and prompt production of laws and parliamentary resolutions. President Muhammadu Buhari assented to more than 18 of the 131 bills passed by the Senate, including major economic bills, the Deep Offshore Amendment Bill, which expanded Nigeria's oil revenue, Finance Bill 2019 that restructured Nigeria's tax base and removed agricultural and pharmaceuticals from taxation, and the Public Procurement Act Amendment Bills aimed at reducing delay in the process.
Our calendar year has been originally that way, and there's need for us to, finish up a year and start off afresh.
11 June 2021 marks the second year of the 9th Senate, a year of pandemic. Parliamentary resolutions were characterized by COVID-19 sensitivity. This led to the reconsideration of the 2020 budget and approval of 500 billion naira for the fight against the pandemic. The Senate at the time had to call off its recess to give immediate attention to COVID-19 interventions.
This country had only 2 laboratories that can test COVID-19. As we speak now, based on legislation that we made through appropriation, we have public sector more than 100 laboratories.
And that 500 billion have done so much in terms of providing palliatives for the poor.
The second year of the 9th Senate saw the passage of 58 out of the 745 bills introduced, including the confirmation of 60 presidential appointments. These include that of the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the new service chiefs. Between June 2021 to June 2022, senators passed more critical bills and more than 30 motions, with most of them centered on national security. The Petroleum Industry Bill, which at the time was the oldest bill in the National Assembly, and the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, which has provided a new face for Nigeria's electoral system. Out of the 976 bills introduced, more than 26 were sponsored by the executive.
This is one of the products of the executive and the legislature working together.
From 2019 to date, Senate has intervened on a number of labor-related issues, including that between the Academic Staff Union of Universities and the federal government. Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
Right, one of the structures of democracy, one of the arms of government, that is the legislature and particularly the Senate. There, thanks a lot, Ignatius Nkwo. Now let's take you to the Eagle Square, where our correspondent Ismail Musa is standing by to give us an update.
Okay, thank you, studio. With me here at the Eagle Square is Sonny Monidafe Jagaban Jimeta. Sir, it's a pleasure having you on NTA Network live broadcast of the event marking the 2022 democracy. Please, can you tell me, what does a day like this signifies to you and to many Nigerians out there?
For me, it signifies unity. I remember 1970 in when the army came and they affected the house. It reminds me of the past with nostalgia. And I want to Nigerians to remember that we have to help Nigeria. We must make sure we strive to make Nigeria united, one, and enjoy it. We are blessed as a nation. Nigeria is blessed. Nigerians must know that. I beg of you, please realize that we are blessed and make Nigeria work. Like I was saying, all these songs, 1970, when the 5th Battalion came to Jimeta Yola after the Civil War, it was a big day for us. I remember, and I want the young players here today to have that memory in mind. We are united, we should be united and strong.
Now, 23 years of uninterrupted democracy. In your view, how have we fared?
Well, I think we have fared very well. 16 years of PDP in the past, they were living their own dreams, just about themselves. Now we have a president that has come and is thinking about Nigeria. The speech of yesterday, the various policies he has brought on ground signify unity and progress. I think President Buhari has done a lot for this country, and I hope that incoming government will build on it, because we are one. He has shown it. If it's to be provoked by anything, and today we are getting stronger.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure having you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and it's back to your studio.
Ismail Musa, thanks a lot for your input there. Now, let's quickly take you to Lagos, where Dr. Kunle Inyada, a political analyst, has been standing by or sitting virtually. Dr. Inyada, let's quickly have your final word on the program to this afternoon. You want to take a look quickly at the legislature, the contribution they've been able to make in sustaining this democracy so far?
Thank you so much. So I believe that the legislature is actually at the heart of democracy, because they are there to ensure that appropriate law that will benefit the citizens, are made. And they are the one that actually, represent us, making those laws. So what is my, parting word is that there's need for us to strengthen the legislature. The legislature, the National Assembly need to lead by example, because if you have about 100 and something, senators, you have 352 thereabout in the House of Representatives. So they're supposed to be more. They're supposed to be closer to the people, even the governors, are. So the question the National Assembly have to ask is: are we representing the people that we claim to represent? Are we representing their interests in the best way that we should? And the way to test that is through the laws that are made. Those laws that have been made, are they people-centric? Are they laws that is going to make life more meaningful, for the people? Are they laws that is going to strengthen our democracy? Or are they just laws that are just self-centered? And if you look at the National Assembly, I believe that the National Assembly has done, brilliantly well in some aspects, while we are still looking for improvement in some other aspects. And some of the aspects, that I believe that they have served us very well. You talk about the Petroleum Industry Bill. I think that's a good one from National Assembly. Or whether we talk about the electoral law, that's a good one. Also from the National Assembly. And also when we look at the working relationship between the National Assembly and the executive, I believe that is also very, very good. The National Assembly has demonstrated that there can be, without being rubber stamp, that there can be a good harmonious working relationship between the executive and the National Assembly. So if we keep this going, it's going to be one of the ways whereby we can strengthen the democracy. And every one of us need to know, wherever we are, that we do not have any other country. If I leave this place and I go to America, I'm just a second-class citizen, even if they give me the passport. So the country that I have is here, and we all have a role to play in strengthening that country by being involved and by seeking for improvement in our achievement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kunle Inyada, political analyst from Lagos Studios. Thanks a lot for your perspectives and time on this program. Happy Democracy Day celebration to you. Have the final words from Professor Sadiq Abba. Now, quick, can you in 45 seconds give us what you expect to see moving on into the next years of democracy in Nigeria? Quickly.
Well, I pray that there are going to be a smooth, peaceful transition. Elections first, then transitions. We pray that Nigerians will now come out en masse to vote leaders that have the capacity and the ability and the understanding to solve our problems, because we have been suffering for the past 62 years. So we have to change rulers with leaders. We should be able to do this within the context and contents of rule of law and peace and harmonious coexistence as Nigerians, irrespective of wherever the leader is coming from. We should give him our support and our cooperation. So the entire thing is about Nigeria, and we hope that Nigeria is going to come out better, stronger, more prosperous beyond the 2023 general elections.
I strongly believe so too. A stronger and better Nigeria is what we expect. On that note, Professor Sadiq Abba, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, University of Abuja, thanks a lot for your patience and time.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
All right, now quickly, we're going to have another stop at Eagle Square, where Nigerian Tijani is standing by to give us just some updates.
Yes, Musbahu, thank you for joining us here at the Eagle Square, where activities marking democracy have just been rounded up. You've just witnessed the parade, the closing parade, where the guard advanced in review order, signaling the end of activities. But one central and important theme that kept popping up here at the parade was the issue of inclusion. We had Nigerians from all walks of life, from all sectors rather of the society. I actually sat close to a very young mother whose toddler, not just a few months old, was waving the Nigerian flag, which was really symbolic in the sense that some people here actually understand what Democracy Day is about, and that baby holding that flag is a symbol of things to come, of a new Nigeria, of a Nigeria where people love one another, where people hold the values of our country, peace, unity, loyalty, in high regard. We had also students from primary and secondary schools waving the flag, looking really excited to see Mr. President. We had members of the diplomatic community and, of course, members of the legislature and then dignitaries from all sectors, all across the country. We've had people who were trying their very best, who weren't inside the square, but were outside looking in because they wanted to take part of the activities. And such has been the mood here, the ambience. It's been really exciting for those from what I've observed. And it hopes and promises, of course. I spoke with another person and I asked her what her hopes were. That was earlier on off camera, what her hopes for the country were. And in her words, she said she's hoping for a Nigeria where we will not be defined by tribe or religion, but we will just be primarily known as our identity as Nigerians. And that's what I've seen here today. So I'm going to thank you, Nigeria, for joining us here at the Eagle Square. On behalf of the crew, I'm Nigerian Tijani, signing off and handing back to the studio.
Nigerian Tijani, thanks a lot. I really appreciate your perspective there. Of course, we and indeed all Nigerians who have been part of it, NTA, this day have had a feel of what has happened right there at the Eagle Square. Colorful celebration, I must say. And on that note, we want to say every Nigerian will continue to hope for a better country and of course a peaceful one as we move towards the 2023 general elections. On that note, we want to say very big thank you to you too for being part of it, for watching NTA, and happy Democracy Day celebration. I am Musbat and Wahab.
day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment and NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world. Lens on Africa.
Welcome to the Window of Africa, a peek into the heart and motions of the land of warmth, color, and friendship. From arts to entertainment, history to economics, we bring you a view of Africa that is unique and refreshing. This week, it's all about love in the world of entertainment. In tourism, we explore one of the largest East African islands, and in cuisines, we also visit East Africa. Well, let's begin with a trip to Congo, Brazzaville.
Located in the central coast of Central Africa is the Congo Republic, officially known as the Republic of the Congo. The country is often called Congo Brazzaville, with its capital added parenthetically to distinguish it from neighboring Democratic Republic of Congo, which is often referred to by its acronym the DRC, or simply called Congo Kinshasa. The Republic of Congo shares borders to the west with Gabon, to the northwest with Cameroon, and northeast with the Central African Republic. It also shares borders to the southeast with the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Angolan enclave of Cabinda, and the Atlantic Ocean to the southwest. The country covers an area of approximately 342,000 square kilometers with a population of about 92.4 million people as of 2021. Historically, the Bantu-speaking people during the Bantu expansion largely displaced and absorbed the earliest inhabitants of the region, the Pygmy people, about 1500 BC. The Bakongo, a Bantu ethnic group that also occupied parts of present-day Angola, Gabon, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, formed the basis for ethnic affinities and rivalries among these countries. The Portuguese explorer Diogo Cao reached the mouth of the Congo in 1484, and commercial relationships quickly grew between the inland Bantu kingdoms and the European merchants who traded in various commodities, manufactured goods, and people captured and enslaved in the hinterlands. After centuries as a central hub for transatlantic trade, direct European colonization of the Congo River Delta began in the late 19th century, subsequently eroding the power of the Bantu societies in the region. The area north of the Congo River came under French sovereignty as a result of period de Brazza's treaty with King Makoko of the Bateke Kingdom, a Bantu Central African ethnic group that speaks the Teke languages. And after the death of Bakoko, his widow queen, Ngalifuru, upheld the terms of the treaty and became an important ally to the colonizers. In 1908, France organized what it called French Equatorial Africa, comprising the Middle Congo, Gabon, Chad, and Uruguay Chari, what is now modern-day Central African Republic. During the Nazi occupation of France and the heat of the World War II, Brazzaville functioned as the symbolic capital of Free France between 1940 and 1943. The Brazzaville Conference of 1944 heralded a period of major reform in French colonial policy, and Congo benefited from the post-war expansion of colonial administrative and infrastructural spending as a result of its strategic central geographic location.
The Republic of Congo was established on 28 November 1958 and gained independence from France in 1960. It was a Marxist-Leninist state from 1969 to 1992 under the name People's Republic of the Congo. The sovereign state has had multi-party elections since 1992, although a democratically elected government was ousted in the 1997 Republic of the Congo Civil War, and President Denis Sassou Nguesso, who first came to power in 1979, has ruled the country for over 4 decades. Petroleum and mining are the major export industries in Congo, followed by forestry and commercial agriculture. Light manufacturing, mostly shoes, sugar processing, and assembly industries provide source of livelihood for the population. The numerous ethnic groups, forms of art, and political structures express a rich cultural diversity in the country, except for the Pygmies and the Adama Ubangi speaking populations in the northeast of Congo. The indigenous people all speak Bantu languages. Intergroup communication and trade fostered the development of 2 trade languages, Lingala and Kituba, all known as Mono-Kutuba. Lingala is spoken north of Brazzaville and Kituba is common in the area between the capital and the coast. French is the official language and the medium of educational instruction, as well as the language of the upper classes. From the 1980s, the Brazzaville region, along with Kinshasa, across the river in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, became a vital center for the production of contemporary African music, known as Congolese music or rumba. The genre, which mixes traditional African rhythms and instruments with those borrowed from other cultures, enjoys widespread popularity through Africa as well as around the world.
An amazing history, what a people, what a story, what great progress they have made. Congo Brazzaville, it's very interesting. I think it's a place that we all should visit and enjoy the culture, the history, stroll, take a sail down the river and enjoy all the rich history, people, culture, and the cuisines of the land. Now, moving on from Congo Brazzaville, we take a dip in the sun and in the blue oceans of the Seychelles Island as we enjoy a jolly good holiday.
Mahe Island and Seychelles. Seychelles Islands Republic in the Western Indian Ocean, which comprises about 115 islands with lush tropical vegetation, beautiful beaches, and a wide variety of marine life, is situated between latitude 4 degrees and 11 degrees south and longitude 46 degrees and 56 degrees east. The major islands of Seychelles are located about 1,600 kilometers east of Kenya and about 1,100 kilometers northeast of Madagascar. The capital, Victoria, is situated on the island of Mahe. The 3 major islands in the Seychelles are Mahe, Praslin, and Ladig Islands, with Mahe being the largest. Each of them offers tourists a real value for their visits. Mahe Island's unique granite landscape offers visitors the opportunity to hike and walk in areas of untouched natural beauty. More than 20% of this island's landmass is protected by national parks, including Morne Seychelles National Park, which is home to Mahe's tallest mountain, Morne Seychelles, with the height of 22,969 feet, a home for hikers. Hikers can explore the Seychelles' highest peaks. Once you can reach the summit, while hiking, you would have taken yourself to an area of unparalleled beauty, which allows having a view of wide range of sceneries, including having a clear view of Victoria, the capital city of Seychelles. They can also trek along trails to otherwise inaccessible beaches such as Anse Major. Be sure to pack comfortable shoes and take plenty of water with you once you go hiking. You can engage in frontier walks and excursions that allow you to explore waterfalls, swim in natural pools, and take pictures of indigenous flora. As you continue your exploration of Mahe Island, you can take the opportunity to visit Seychelles Botanical Garden, where you view firsthand rare and exceptional species of plants and flowers flourishing in this tropical environment. Learn about the domestic and medicinal uses of various plants and shrubs in the Seychelles households and enjoy a meal prepared using homegrown herbs and spices. You can also explore modern-day Seychelles with a trip to Eden Island, an artificial island developed and completed less than 15 years ago, within which luxury shops, restaurants, and galleries have been introduced to Mahe. Indulge in a sport of retail therapy or walk along the Eden Island Marina, admiring the multitudes of luxury yachts that are moored there. Again, one of the best ways to experience the Seychelles is by boat. This offers you the best opportunity to admire Mahe's breathtaking landscape and explore countless secluded beaches and bays that can only be accessed from the sea. An exquisite underwater world teeming and colorful marine life awaits anyone who ventures beneath the ocean's surface. Indeed, Mahe's coastline is dotted with pristine reefs and rolling lawns of seagrass, which attract a wide range of attractive sea life into the shallow waters. Dip your head beneath the waves at almost any location, and you are sure to see countless colorful fish swimming by. Snorkeling is one of your best opportunities to see one of the Seychelles' most loved animals, the turtle. The list of what to do by tourists and other visitors to this East African country is long, and such an experience remains unforgettable.
Wow, what beauty. I mean, it is absolutely